Prologue. A green moon over Terra. This was not a sunrise. It was an eclipse with teeth. The thing climbing across Terra's sky was no moon, no obedient slave of gravity and calendar. It burned with engines the color of venom and spite, casting a sickly emerald across the marble and gold of the imperial palace. Vox traffic spiked into a howl. Astropaths clutched their temples and tasted copper. Cherubs froze mid-hymn as warning claxons overran prayer. And for a heartbeat, the cradle of mankind remembered what fear felt like. Defense monitors lit their drives and formed into kill lines. Macro batteries along the orbital ring awakened like a continent of drums. Over Mars, cathedral shipyards shuddered as half-finished hulls were blessed in panic and shoved into the void. The phalanx changed vector, its ancient guns warming like a forge, remembering its purpose. Messages knifed through the noise. Hold, hold, hold. Beneath the adamantine skin of Terra, vaults sealed. Pilgrim crowds were turned into regiments of silence, and the throne's machinery sang its endless, merciless note. The Ork attack moon arrived without ceremony. It should have been absurd, a fortress built from scrap and blasphemy, daubed with glyphs, bristling with cannons that looked like insults to physics. It was not absurd. It was deliberate. It slid into a firing position with a duelist's grace. And when it spoke, continents listened. Night fell at noon as void shields flared and failed. When the first macro shells landed, they were not shells at all, but declarations. Each impact a sentence that began, "You are not safe." In the halls of the High Lords, war and politics braided into one choking rope. Orders collided with egos. The lexicon of emergency, quorum, authority, precedence, cracked under the weight of what the windows showed. A sky turned green. Some wanted to negotiate with reality, to call this a raid, a crisis with an end date. Others recognized what had crept to their door. WOG burned out when the war boss did. But everything about this assault said the opposite. Persistence, design, a rhythm too precise to be accident. On the ground, shrine cities knelt. Hab spires shook like reeds in a toxic wind. Cathedral gantries rattled as acolytes bled their throats raw, trying to drown artillery with psalms. The Adeptus Custodes stood like statues that had remembered how to kill. The Sisters of Silence moved like the quiet between thunderclaps, shepherding the irreplaceable. In the gutters between palaces, the poorest of the poor crawled into cisterns built for flood, not fire, and learned the difference. Terra is not just a symbol. It is an engine of orders, grain, faith, and fear. When Terra coughs blood, 1,000 sectors get lightheaded. The void became a graveyard in slow motion. Defense squadrons died, holding the line that wasn't a line so much as a prayer. Don't let them land. Boarding torpedoes punched into the attack moon's hide and found labyrinths that fought back. Auspex went blind, then lied. Officers weighed equations that had no right answers. Save the ship or save the station. Save the station or save the world under it. In the green light, heroism and waste became difficult to tell apart. And still, patterns emerged. The enemy did not fight like the Orks of old, not exactly. There was a cohesion here, an industrial confidence. Where there should have been clattering chaos, there were systems that reloaded themselves with the arrogance of inevitability. Where there should have been superstition, there was doctrine. Ork doctrine, brutal and effective. It was as if some monstrous will had clipped every unit to the same savage blueprint and then dared the galaxy to refuse it. The first counterblows landed. Phalanx burned a path no sane admiral would have plotted and made it look simple. Martian cohorts stacked firing solutions into a cathedral of mathematics. Strike teams went where maps turned to rumors and cut throats the size of god engines. It worked, badly, expensively, just enough. The attack moon lurched off its ideal trajectory. Its fire grew ragged. Its escorts bled green into vacuum. Terra survived the hour it could not afford to lose. Survival is not victory. In the quiet that wasn't quiet, beneath a sky that still remembered being wrong, dispatches began to assemble a picture wider than Sol. Sectors had gone dark with the finality of a door closing in a storm. Worlds that had been jokes about orcs were now parables about underestimation. The idea that comforted admirals and preachers alike, kill the head, the body falls, felt suddenly dangerously thin. Somewhere in that moment, among the shattered hololiths and incense smoke, a soldier in yellow armor looked at a wall and saw a choice. I am one brick, he thought, but bricks become bastions when they remember what they are for. Somewhere else, a clerk with ink on his sleeves opened a sealed set of protocols and found a name he had been told was ceremonial superstition. Somewhere else still, a blade was oiled in a room with no windows, and a prayer was spoken that did not ask for mercy, only results. Every age names its disasters. The last age called its fire the heresy. This age would call its storm the war of the beast. Because this was no raid, no unlucky convergence of greenskin tribes. This was an empire wearing a grin, an idea with mass and engines, a challenge engineered to test whether the Imperium's post-heresy architecture could bear real weight. It had come to Terra first to make a point. It would go elsewhere to underline it. And if the Imperium answered wrong, if it answered separately, then there would be no second answers. So remember this light. Remember the hue of the sky when faith and steel were asked the most basic of questions. Are you enough? Remember the shadow that fell over the palace and the sound the throne made when it kept doing what it always does: endure. Remember the moment the wall either rises or the story ends. The green moon turned, hunting for another angle. In its wake came echoes, fleets, fortresses, the laughter of a species that believes itself invincible. On the battlements and in the chambers, the Imperium inhaled through its teeth and made a decision. If there was to be a wall, it would rise now, or it would never rise again. Chapter 1. After the Heresy. An Empire on Crutches. The Horus Heresy ended with a scream drawn out over years. The scouring, the purges, the slow, bitter work of prying traitor banners from 1,000 worlds. When the fires cooled, the Imperium looked like a cathedral after an earthquake, still standing, still awe-inspiring, but held together by scaffolds, ritual, and stubborn habit. Peace did not return. Something quieter did. A grind that felt like peace only because the worst moment was no longer today. The post-heresy settlement turned armies into institutions. Robotate Guilliman's Codex Astartes dissolved the great legions into smaller chapters, each a fortress monastery with its own heraldry, traditions, and limited numbers. The Imperial Army split by design: void power to the Imperial Navy, ground war to the Imperial Guard. The Inquisition, born in crisis under Malcador's hand, learned to wear a dozen faces and to call caution by many names. The Adeptus Mechanicus, bound by the Treaty of Mars, resumed its sacred industry with a fanatic's patience. Everything that could be separated was separated, on purpose, so that no single part of the machine could tear the whole thing apart again. Terra itself became less a capital than a pressure cooker. The Senatorum Imperialis, the High Lords, governed by committee, by quorum, by precedent that sometimes reached back only a year and pretended to be a century old. The Adeptus Custodes, irreplaceable, bent their gaze inward. Their duty was to the throne, and the throne was a jealous master. The Sisters of Silence faded from common memory. Their orders dispersed to dead libraries and forgotten hosts. The web of power tightened, tithes assessed, grain levies calculated, ship hulls promised in 5-year blocks, pilgrimage routes regulated, censors appointed to watch other censors. The Imperium did not so much breathe as wheeze according to a schedule. Distance remained the ancient enemy. The Astronomicon burned, steady as a heartbeat no one understood, and navigators steered by it through seas that changed personality without notice. Astropathic choirs sang messages that arrived as riddles. Between Segmentum Command and frontier habitations lay months, sometimes years, of delay, enough time for a threat to become a story, and a story to become a problem with a flag. An empire measured in light years must learn to trust its maps more than its eyes, and maps lie politely. Doctrine hardened. Fortress worlds were reinforced.
choke points labeled sacred, watchforts layered with enough ordnance to make an admiral feel immortal, solar defenses multiplied into redundancy, void stations cross-anchored fields of fire, picket ships patrolled orbits at ritual intervals, orbital guns slept under incense and dust. The phalanx, star fortress of the Imperial fists, remained a vow turned into metal. It served as hammer, shield, and reminder. Once, a legion had sworn to guard humanity's walls. Now, a handful of successor chapters kept that promise piecemeal. The price of safety was suspicion. Any force too efficient began to look like a future rebel in the imaginations of administrators who remembered the heresy in nightmares rather than records. Astartes were heroes, but heroes were audited. Commanders who asked for autonomy were given oversight instead. The logic was simple. Division prevents us from losing everything at once. The hidden cost was equally simple. Division makes it harder to act as one when everything is at stake.
The time smoothed the sharp edges of memory. Veterans of the Great Crusade aged, retired, or died in their armor. Their instincts, the knack for recognizing an ambush set by history rather than by an enemy, were not something you could write into a manual. In their place rose officers trained on neat diagrams of neat wars. The administratum loved neatness. The galaxy did not. Plans calcified into tradition. Tradition ossified into law. Law grew armor plates and a dozen locks. Problems that demanded speed learned to fear paperwork. Orks fit the new worldview comfortably. They were the storm you prepared for, not the apocalypse you argued about. A wag rose. A wag ran out of steam when the charismatic war boss died or got bored. The old lesson, kill the head, the body collapses, was not wrong so often as it was comforting. Command briefings filed greenskins under periodic and moved on. There were dangerous orcs, yes, and there were dangerous hive fleets, and dangerous renegade crusades, and dangerous anomalous warp tides, and all of them were slotted into schedules and response templates like beads on a rosary. If there was a ghost haunting the file rooms, it was named Ullanor. Long ago, by imperial standards, there had been a triumph there. The emperor himself had crowned a campaign against the largest orc empire of that age. The ground had shaken with parades, and the future had been imagined as a straight line drawn by a golden hand. Since then, the very name of that world had been retold as amoral. Orcs could be beaten decisively if you applied enough force with enough precision under a single will. The moral was not false. It was dangerously incomplete. Meanwhile, the Imperium's body grew, and with growth came brittle bones. Agri worlds fed forge worlds. Forge worlds armed shrine worlds. Shrine worlds sent pilgrims back along the same lanes they had arrived on.
Every lane needed escorts the Navy could not always spare. Convoys were mathematics done with steel, predictable, disciplined, vulnerable. A single missed tithe compounded into 1,000 empty magazines 3 systems away. Governors learned to triage which garrison must be full and which must look full until someone asked the wrong question with the right amount of artillery. Orks fit the new worldview comfortably. They were the storm you prepared for, not the apocalypse you argued about. A wog rose. A wog ran out of steam when the charismatic war boss died or got bored. The old lesson, kill the head, the body collapses, was not wrong so often as it was comforting. Command briefings filed greenskins under periodic and moved on. There were dangerous orks, yes, and there were dangerous hive fleets, and dangerous renegade crusades, and dangerous anomalous warp tides, and all of them were slotted into schedules and response templates like beads on a rosary. If there was a ghost haunting the file rooms, it was named Ullanor. Long ago, by imperial standards, there had been a triumph there. The emperor himself had crowned a campaign against the largest orc empire of that age. The ground had shaken with parades, and the future had been imagined as a straight line drawn by a golden hand. Since then, the very name of that world had been retold as immoral. Orks could be beaten decisively if you applied enough force with enough precision under a single will. The moral was not false. It was dangerously incomplete. Meanwhile, the Imperium's body grew, and with growth came brittle bones. Augury worlds fed forge worlds. Forge worlds armed shrine worlds. Shrine worlds sent pilgrims back along the same lanes they had arrived on. Every lane needed escorts the Navy could not always spare. Convoys were mathematics done with steel, predictable, disciplined, vulnerable. A single missed tithe compounded into 1,000 empty magazines 3 systems away. Governors learned to triage which garrison must be full and which must look full until someone asked the wrong question with the right amount of artillery. The Inquisition watched, as it always does, and learned. Ordo Hereticus refined its theology of internal threats. Ordo Malleus tracked the tremors of the warp with a cartographer's madness. Threats from Xenos empires were treated as sporadic and local, requiring courage and calculation, but rarely a redesign of the state. No one would say this aloud, but the system itself believed it had seen the worst the galaxy could throw at it and survived. What remained were maintenance wars, necessary, bloody, but manageable. Death by 1,000 budget cuts seemed more likely than death by a single blade. Symbols tell their own stories. The walls of the imperial palace were rebuilt stronger, but the lines of pilgrims at its gates were longer. The golden throne was repaired again and again, Each repair a reminder that some miracles are just machines we don't fully understand. The ringing of macro cannons on test fire days sounded the same as ever. Overseers nodded. Priests nodded. Admirals nodded. Everything still works, they said. Everything still works.
And yet, under the numbers, a truth waited. Systems that survive catastrophe often mistake scar tissue for armor. The settlement after the heresy had been designed to prevent one kind of failure, another war master with a legion at his back. It had not been designed to answer a different question. What happens when the enemy is bigger than a single traitor and smarter than the textbook that says he isn't? Some signs were there if anyone had wanted to read them differently. Reports of Ork fleets that did not scatter cleanly when the flagship died. Fortresses rebuilt by greenskins into something better than looted. Raiders coordinating across subsectors with a sense for timing that felt like doctrine rather than accident. The details were dismissed as outliers, each one not worth rewriting a page of strategy. The outliers were beginning to rhyme. In this uneasy equilibrium, commanders became custodians. Their job was to keep the lines straight, the reports readable, the machine humming. Risk was an accounting term. Genius was suspicious. Improvisation belonged to Astarte's strike forces and rogue traders at the edge of the map, not to the men and women signing warrants in the heart of the Imperium. If a fight broke out within sight of Terra, it would be a triumph of planning. If a fight broke out far away, it would be a test of logistics. This was the catechism. There was, tucked away in a vault of oaths and dust, a contingency that did not fit that catechism. Somewhere in the scattered bloodline of the 7th Legion lay a sealed command, a protocol written by a primarch who knew that walls fail, that the shape of a disaster is not obligated to respect the last one. It had a name that sounded like a metaphor and was not. It slept because sleeping was safer than waking in a world that mistrusted unity almost as much as it feared defeat. The Imperium of M32 was not weak. It was immense, armed, proud, and practiced at surviving itself. But it walked with a limp it pretended not to notice, and it mistook the limp for swagger. The body politic had learned to fear itself more than the enemy. Its guardians were many, its champions were brave, and its faith could fill the sky with hymns. What it lacked, increasingly, was the ability to become one thing quickly. When the pressure finally came, it would not be a duel. It would be weight applied in the places most likely to crack. A settlement built on compromise. It would look like audacity and feel like inevitability. It would wear a grin that was not a smile. And it would be called, by those who survived long enough to name it, the War of the Beast. The Chapter 2. The Beast, not a warlord, a phenomenon. The first mistake was grammatical. The Imperium spoke of the beast as if it were a name you could carve on a tomb. Names comfort administrators. They fit on memos, edicts, kill orders. But what erupted across M32 did not behave like a single target. It behaved like weather, purposeful weather, guided by a will large enough to be mistaken for law. Orks had always been terrible. That was a known quantity, like gravity. A charismatic war boss could pull tribes into a wog, raid, conquer, then burn out when his skull split or his interest waned. The beast was something else, an apex that turned a storm into a climate. It manifested as giants among giants, war leaders whose size, cunning, and brutality made them feel singular. Kill one, and the shape did not collapse. It flexed and re-centered. The title migrated like lightning finding a taller tower. The Imperium realized, late and expensively, that it was not fighting a head with a body, but a pack of heads sharing a body of belief. Belief matters with orcs. Their biology is an argument with physics that they keep winning by shouting. The wog, that psychic pressure front orcs generate in numbers, turns bad engineering into working superstition. Bolts hold because they are supposed to. Teleporter arrays hit probabilities that would make a Magos break his Rosarius, because a million belligerent minds are leaning on the odds. In lesser wars, this field is a noise in the background. In M32, it became infrastructure. The beast's empire amplified it with scale and discipline until the impossible became routine. Industry followed belief. Greenskin industry had always been a derogatory joke in Imperial briefings. Welders with anger problems, mechs improvising miracles once and never again. Under the beast, junkyards became supply chains. Foundries produced standardized parts, standardized, that is, by orc standards, interchangeable enough that a cruiser could cannibalize a dead escort and be back at speed in hours. Ammo costumes, force field generators, shield masts, drive cones, all appeared with a regularity that made void combat feel like boxing a factory. The signature of this revolution was the attack moon. In another age, moon would have implied a captured planetoid with guns bolted on and hubris for fuel. These were worse. They were ecosystems of war. Kilometer-tall gun towers fed by munition shrines. Power plants that drank starlight and superstition. Shipyards that grew escorts like fungus on hull plating. They translated through the warp along routes navigators called nonsense. Blind jumps that should have scattered fleets across 10 parsecs, and arrived intact because belief and machinery agreed they would. Their weapons wrote on continents. Their gravity wells bent defensive plans.
They were not simply platforms, they were arguments. We can go anywhere. We can break anything. We will be believed. Doctrine emerged. The word feels wrong in a sentence with orc, and yet no other fits. The beast's fleets demonstrated patterns that repeated with unnerving fidelity. First, reconnaissance by annihilation, a probing thrust that hit system edges and listening posts, not to take territory, but to saturate the region with WH40K presence, jamming auspex and astropathic throats with green noise. Second, arrival of mass, attack moons with layered escort screens, assault hulks lagered behind interdiction fields, boarding formations stacked 3 deep. Third, pressure on irreplaceables, shipyards, fortress moons, tithe hubs, and the moral center, Terra, targeted not as trophies, but as pulleys to move the Empire's machinery.
Even ground war shifted character. Greenskins still loved a charge, but those charges now arrived in waves that made sense to an officer with a ruler. Heavy walkers supported infantry at intervals calibrated to field of fire, not just more Daka. Gargants, walking cathedrals of hatred, advanced like siege towers, not mere parades of noise. Tunnelers surfaced in patterns that suggested map literacy. Teleporter strikes cut command posts rather than the nearest loud noise. It was orc logic, but it was logic. The eco side of the war accelerated too. Orcs are not just an army. They are an ecosystem that colonizes battlefields. Under the beast, spore saturation turned conquered worlds into green factories on brutal schedules. Within months, feral civs of Gretchen and Squigs provided maintenance, food, and fodder. Munitions lines ran on whip and momentum. Occupation looked less like looting and more like franchising. And where Imperial recon expected decay, it found growth, the most dangerous indicator of all. Communication within the beast's sphere defied classification. Vox intercepts captured command cant at scales that should have dissolved into static. Glyphs appeared with a shared grammar across sectors. Battlefield signals, bangs, banners, burn patterns meant the same thing from one subsector to the next. This homology let disparate hordes act like limbs, not just adjacent mobs. When a flank faltered, reinforcement appeared without anyone writing an order in High Gothic. The WH40K field did the scheduling, and the schedule made sense. Decapitation strikes faltered against this architecture. Kill a megaboss, and a lieutenant grew into the pressure vacuum like a muscle flexing. Worse, the death of a prominent leader often spiked local belief. The survivors became angrier, the field intensified, and guns that were misfiring a minute ago remembered how to behave. Imperial commanders watched their favorite tactic, remove the keystone, turn into a load-bearing myth that suddenly wasn't. It did not mean the leaders were irrelevant. It meant the network could absorb shock, which is what civilizations do and mobs do not. If the beast had a face at any given hour, it was carved in staggering proportion. Witnesses who saw these apex warlords and lived to report described creatures tall as myths, armored like siege works, voices like macro batteries. Personal combats against such entities read like legend, whether or not they were embellished. Astartes' champions thrown like spears and catching nothing but laughter. Titans finding themselves in knife fights with something on two legs. Hyperbole haunted these records, and yet casualty figures kept agreeing with the hyperbole's mood. Whatever the truth, it was bad in the same direction. Strategy revealed intent. Humiliation precedes harvest. The beast came to Terra early for reasons beyond simple bravado. It was a branding exercise at empire scale. Make the heart flinch on day 1, and the periphery will hesitate on day 30. Force the Senatorum Imperialis to think locally, to defend the palace, then the planet, then the system. And elsewhere, governors would feel alone. Wogs feed on momentum and fear. The beast industrialized both. The Ullanor returned to the map in whispers before it did in charts. The site of the Emperor's greatest triumph over an Ork empire during the Great Crusade had gravitational pull in Ork mythos as well. If humanity remembered Ullanor as a parade, Orks remembered it as a promise. We got that big once, we can get bigger. The beast used that memory like a foundry uses heat. Factories, fortresses, and myths all require fuel. Ullanor provided all three. Counterintelligence learned to hate new shapes. False skulls, decoy command glyphs drew Imperial kill teams into traps and away from actual control nodes. Fleet emissions mimicked damage states to bait pursuit along pre-sighted kill corridors. Boarding torpedoes carried signal jammers that played prayers to the machine god backward across Mars' standard frequencies, a cruelty of blasphemy designed for effect more than theology. Greenskin cruelty had always been exuberant. Under the beast, it learned to be efficient. None of this turned Orks into strategists the way the Schola Progenium taught the word. They remained exuberant, quarrelsome, and addicted to winning on the loudest possible setting. The difference lay in the rails. The beast built rails for the train to run fast and in mostly the right direction. When a boss wanted a glorious charge, the charge happened to be scheduled at the moment the enemy line was busy not being a line. When a mech wanted to test a new gun, logistics had a crate of test guns adjacent to a position that needed exactly too much firepower. Guidance disguised as coincidence became a habit. The Mechanicus grudgingly admitted a technical truth most priests preferred to leave to sermons. A persistent wog field at this amplitude is an operational resource. Imperial Auspex arrays lost fidelity in its presence. Targeting cogitators generated false confidence statistics. Warp transitions near concentrated Ork forces showed anomalies that did not match any known demonological signatures.
Navigators called the sensation being looked at by stupidity you cannot argue with. The field was not just morale. It was a battlefield modifier that made Imperial systems misbehave and Ork systems behave. This reframed everything. You cannot simply raid less to make weather go away. You must either disperse the fronts, bleed the field by separating the mob, or create a counterfield of will and coordination strong enough to punch through the static. That is why the message of the beast reached past admirals and into the bones of institutions. The Imperium's division after the heresy had been designed to prevent a single betrayal from cascading. Now that very safeguard made it hard to saturate a theater with unified intent. The beast was not asking for a bigger gun. It was demanding a bigger we. The first attempts to answer with business as usual failed predictably. Sector fleets fought bravely, died locally, and reported valiant losses. Chapters intervened as chapters and found themselves eroding in heroics that saved towns on worlds whose names history would forget. The Administratum issued memos about requisition shortfalls. The Inquisition opened investigations into suspected collusion, because when the enemy improves, faithful bureaucrats look for internal rot. It is an instinct half holy and half habit. None of these responses were absurd. They were just smaller than the thing they were trying to touch. So the Imperium learned to speak about the beast in plural, even when using the singular. It learned to plan for a hydra that was also a tide, to accept that an Ork empire could mount a strategy recognizable even to those who despised the word strategy in a green mouth. It learned that decapitation now meant killing a pattern, not a person. Patterns are harder to stab. And in the void between realizations and results, more attack moons translated onto star maps that once belonged to fairy tales and now belonged to logistics. Green crescents appeared where no moons should be. Voxnets filled with laughter that was not friendly. Frequencies crowded by a joy that wanted company. Garrison commanders stared at the sky and understood they were inside a story that had decided what genre it was going to be, whether they agreed or not. Definition is the first weapon. Once you name the threat correctly, you can build the tools that fit. The beast stopped meaning a skull for a trophy wall and started meaning a civilization tuned for conquest, an engine that turned belief into steel and steel back into belief, a phenomenon you could not negotiate with because it was not listening. It was busy growing. The Imperium would answer, but not yet, not properly. First, it would try to be what it had become after the heresy, many proud guardians guarding many proud things. Only when the cost of that pride was counted in ships and saints would an older memory stir and a sealed protocol breathe. The wall would have to remember how to be a wall. Until then, the beast kept teaching the same lesson in different dialects. This is not a raid. This is a regime.
The Chapter 3, The First Cataclysm at Sol. It began at the edges, where the system's nerves touched vacuum. Picket stations in the Kuiper Dark reported a pressure that was not pressure. Auspex blooming with interference patterns that should have belonged to solar weather, not ships. The Oort relays died mid-sentence. Neptune's waypoints blinked into static. By the time the warning reached the Jovian yards, the sky had already decided what color it was going to be. Translation scars opened near Saturn, then closer, too close, like doors in a house you thought you had locked. A fortress the size of blasphemy should have arrived with turbulence enough to tear itself apart. Instead, the Ork attack moon slid out of unreality, clean and hungry. Its escort screen already in formation, its guns humming as if finishing a prayer. Behind it came smaller sins, cruisers with teeth, rams with engines, hulks that were mostly ambition held together by welds and will. Saul's defense doctrine was a cathedral of redundancy. Defense monitors formed kill lines across prescribed orbits. Void platforms woke in tears, their macro batteries firing on overlapping schedules. The Navy's system flotillas rose from anchorages on Martian command, while picket forces from Luna and Terra's ring stations filled gaps the doctrine had not imagined needing to fill. It looked like order. Then the first volleys landed, and order learned the difference between plan and impact. The moon's opening salvo was not aimed for a duel. It sought irreplaceable things. A string of refit docks beyond Jupiter blossomed into metal flowers. A Titan transport in low solar orbit became a smear on Auspex and a rumor on memorial lists. Shipyards that had taken centuries to grow into their present sacred inefficiency went quiet in minutes. The enemy cut the system's fingers before it reached for its fists. On the approach lanes, monitors died well. Their captains knew the doctrine and bled to keep it meaningful. Staggered charges to force the moon's gunnery to waste cycles on small targets. Feints to drag escorts off the main body. Sacrificial thrusts to break a fire solution at the last second. Imperial crews rode their ships like liturgy turned into motion, and they bought time, the only way time accepts payment. The Ork screen paid too, but it had more coins to spend and laughed while spending them. Mars lit its engines and its temper. Cohorts of red hull cruisers formed into spearheads and drove for the moon's flanks, lancefire strobing like furious scripture. Mechanicus kill codes tried to blind the moon's gunnery, to turn crafted orcish arrogance back into the chaos it should have been. For a few glorious minutes, the tactic worked. Batteries misaligned, munitions racks jammed, targeting spirits hiccuped. Then the Wallach field flexed. Ork systems remembered what they were supposed to do, and the illusion of control boiled off like frost on a hot plate.
Phalanx changed everything in the space of a course correction. The star fortress pivoted across the moon's ideal firing lanes and committed to a vector no sane admiral would have plotted. A continent's worth of guns spoke in unison. The recoil was theology. The V-Legion's oath transubstantiated into kinetic fact. Ork escorts crumbled. The moon's void skins flared in layers, green and wrong. And for a heartbeat, the monster's outline trembled. Boarding began. Astarte's strike craft and Navy torpedoes punched into the moon's crust and found architecture that hated them personally. Corridors ran in Escher geometries dictated by mechs with a sense of humor and a hatred of maps. Kill teams marked target nodes, field harmonic spires, power taproots, command shrines, with the professionalism of artisans. They took them, or they died trying, and often did both. On some decks, the Wallach simply thickened until guns misfed and hearts forgot their timing. In others, silence fell, the metallic surgical quiet that follows a clean decapitation. And then the corridor roared again as another boss's will filled the vacuum.
The Terra's ring guns joined the choir. Macro shells big enough to be remembered by geology walked their way across Ork plating. Defense lasers lanced into breaches the borders had opened. Flak storms turned incoming assault hulks into dirty fireworks. The planet below shook off its rituals of serenity and became a machine that knew only two prayers: absorb, return. Shrine cities dimmed to feed void projectors. Traffic froze. The palace adjusted its shields by increments so fine and so consequential that men died to make the math work. All that rage bought what it could. Angles. The moon's fire plan degraded from calligraphy to handwriting to scrawl. Escorts drifted out of their intended orbits. Ramming craft lost the timing that would have turned a slaughter into a catastrophe. Where the enemy had arrived as a thesis, "This is how you die," it now fought like a brawl, loud, close, wasteful. Humanity is good at brawls. It has practice. The cost ledger wrote itself in blood and tonnage. A Jovian platform that had stood since the Great Crusade sagged and went dark. 3 generations of void crews died on a single line, buying a window for an evacuation that evacuated mostly hope. A ring of defense monitors around Luna fell one by one, holding a field of fire that kept the moon's spinal guns from lining up a shot Terra could not afford to test. A martyr's list reached for the floor in rooms designed for lists that reached only to the knee. On the ground, debris fell like weather. A cathedral spire that had watched 100 million pilgrim vows toppled into a processional avenue and turned prayer into dust.
The custodes did what they always do, stood where the line must not break. The Sisters of Silence, so few now that their names could fit in a ledger's margin, moved to where the green pressure felt like a migraine in the soul and made stillness around critical nodes. It did not banish the field. It frayed it just enough for a teleport lock to hold, for a gun crew to remember a forgotten drill, for an order to arrive with the clarity of command instead of the mush of noise. In the middle hours, if hours existed in that light, the battle tipped, not by miracle, but by accumulation. Each shattered escort was one less screen complicating Phalanx's firing solutions. Each killed Harmonix tower shaved seconds off the moon's shield recovery, and seconds turn out to be lives when macro shells arrive by the dozen. Martian squadrons cut a path for a Navy battle line that had been waiting for exactly enough room to matter. The line mattered. Battle cannons at range spoke with the accent of inevitability. The Ork Master of the Moon, whatever that title meant aboard a city that built itself while you argued with it, chose motion over patience. It drove for a lower orbit to bring a new set of guns to bear, and in that dive, the beast exposed its throat. Phalanx and 3 capital ships set their courses like nails. Lances unstitched a seam. Macro shells the size of bad omens went in, and the light that came out looked like a saint losing a bet. The moon did not die, not properly. It flinched. Its rotation wobbled. Its escorts surged to cover. Its fire went ragged.
Withdrawal is not a word orcs respect, but even a mind made of violence understands vectors. The moon's engines flared for an exit that proved it had arrived by more than accident. The thing slid back toward the boundary where real space and bravado hold hands. Phalanx pursued as far as duty allowed, and no farther. A guardian must sometimes let the thief flee if the chase endangers the vault. The last salvos landed across bare metal and gouged pride. And then the sky was a sky again, wrongly lit, choking on debris, but owned by Saul. The battle did not end with silence. It ended with triage. Fire breaks on Luna, tugs hauling cripples away from gravitational insults, rescue craft threading minefields of shrapnel and unexploded truths. On Mars, a count began of tools lost that no forge could simply make again. On Terra, chapels filled with the smell of hot brass and fear, as thanks were offered with hands that would not stop shaking. Vox channels, once violent with orders and screams, grew hoarse with logistics. Assessment arrived like winter. The system lived. The palace stood. The throne kept singing. Many things that mattered were still where they had been at dawn. That should have felt like victory. It tasted like reprieve.
The attack moon had chosen its approach, its targets, and its exit. It had bled, yes, but it had taught more than it had learned. Decapitation had failed at scale. The Wog field had warped doctrine as surely as it warped auspex. The system could answer with heroism, coordination, and holy stubbornness, but only barely, and only once, and only because Phalanx had been in the right place with the right will. Lessons were written in a hand that did not argue argument. Ork massed belief at this amplitude is an environmental hazard, not a morale note. Attack moons are not trophies to be shot at until they fall. They are systems with kill nodes that must be found and broken in concert. Saul's doctrine can hold. It cannot recover quickly enough for a second test without external reinforcement and a different mentality. Separate heroes die separately. Unity, even the dangerous kind, must be invoked or invented. That last line moved like a rumor through places rumors rarely reach. In a chamber that smelled of old oaths and machine oil, a sealed protocol looked less like superstition and more like oxygen. Elsewhere, in a hall hung with banners of yellow and black, a single suit of armor remembered its brothers and made a decision. He was a shard of a shattered name, but shards cut. If the beast had revealed itself as a regime rather than a raid, then the answer could not be a chapter. It had to be a wall. The first cataclysm at Sol did not break Terra. It broke complacency. It also gave the enemy a map. This is how to hurt the heart without killing it. This is how to force its guardians to look inward while the periphery burns. The moon would come again, or its kin would, and next time the angles might be worse. The hour bought by heroism would be spent quickly if it was not invested wisely. In the smoke of victory that wasn't, ashes settled on promises that had been made at the end of the heresy and not examined since. The Imperium had vowed never to let a legion threaten it again. Now a different vow pressed against the ribs of history. Never again let division make us slow when the sky turns the wrong color. Somewhere beneath adamantine and ceremony, a code word crossed a desk. Somewhere above, Phalanx held station like a clenched jaw. Somewhere in between, a man in yellow armor began to gather a family that had forgotten how to be in the same room.
The Chapter 4. The Last Imperial Fist, Courland. He was one color in a galaxy of ash, yellow, scuffed by years that had not been kind, a sunburnt banner that refused to fade. The records would remember his names, Courland, and the cognomen he earned the hard way, Slaughter. But the memory that mattered was simpler. He was the last Imperial Fist. The chapter had not died in ceremony. It died doing its job,
too well for too long, ground down against an enemy that had learned to make every victory a rehearsal for the next. On a world whose name would become shorthand for catastrophe, the fists bled themselves white against a tide that did not respect neat endings. When the Vox went quiet and the dust settled into something like silence, Courland stood where a company had been, then where a chapter had been, and finally where only an oath remained. Many warriors survive by running out of enemies. He survived by running out of brothers. Grief can be shapeless, or it can be architecture. In the VI Legion's bloodline, it tends towards stone. Courland carried his dead like scaffolding, visible, load-bearing, uncompromising. He took command of what could still be commanded, the phalanx, that vow-turned fortress, and the memory of authority that came with the title Imperial Fist. He did not mistake either for power. He understood that power in M32 was paperwork and quorum and fear. So he walked into the halls where those things lived and refused to let the door close. The Senatorum Imperialis expected a petition. It got a diagnosis. Courland did not raise his voice. He did not need to. He described what had happened at Sol in terms a soldier and a scribe could both hate. Redundancy had saved the system and would kill it next time. Heroism had purchased a window and would be spent like pocket change if nothing larger changed. The old comfort, kill the head, was dead. Then he named what had to happen, and the temperature of the room changed. Legions were illegal. That was the point of the last settlement. Fracture force, increase oversight, slow the next heresy before it learns to walk. Courland did not argue with the law. He set a Primarch's handwriting on the table instead. Somewhere, centuries and crises ago, Rogel Dorn had written a map for a day no one wanted. If the wall is collapsing, you do not admire the bricks. You make a wall. The last wall protocol was not rhetoric. It was a sealed order with signatures that still meant something to men who wore badges they barely deserved. The document did not abolish the codex. It bent it carefully and on purpose, the way you bend metal to make a stronger girder. Astropaths carried the summons into a galaxy made of static. It went out in the simple language of oaths. The last wall is called, Successors of Dorn report. Some read it with relief bordering on gratitude. Some read it with anger rising under their tongues. Anger at Terra, at precedent, at a world that only remembered the 7th Legion when it wanted them back in siege harness. Some read it with suspicion. Unity is a door heresy has used before. But the gene line remembers. Whatever else they had become, Black Templars with crusade fever, Crimson Fists with measured discipline, Fists exemplar with tidy doctrines, they had once been brothers. The summons did not ask them to forget their names. It asked them to remember their wall. Courland understood the risk, that in answering they would become exactly what the post-heresy feared. So he made two simultaneous moves. Outward, he spoke in the grammar of necessity. Inward, he spoke in the grammar of restraint. The last wall would be a machine for one task only: break the beast. When the crisis ended, the machine would be dismantled, even if dismantling it cost him personally. He promised this aloud, then wrote it where it could be used against him later. In a war this large, trust was a weapon.
The not everyone who mattered wore armor. Drakon Vangarich, master of assassins, moved like a rumor through corridors Courland had never seen. The Fabricator General weighed support in units of leverage and catechism. The Lord High Admiral counted ships that existed and ships whose names were budgetary euphemism. None of them wanted a legion. Some wanted survival more. Vangarich, reading the room and the future with the same cynical accuracy, understood that a war leader, unbound to any one High Lord, was a temporary solution to permanent gridlock. He lent Courland exactly enough rope to either save Terra or hang himself. Courland accepted the rope. He intended to build with it. Before banners met banners, the work began aboard Phalanx. The Star Fortress became what it had been designed to be, not only a gun platform, but a city that makes soldiers into one thing. Courland rebuilt command not as a throne, but as a table. He demanded plans that did not rely on miracles. He favored officers who could say no as clearly as I. He made a doctrine out of humility. Assume the enemy learns. Assume your best trick works only once. Assume you will have to pay for yesterday's success with tomorrow's blood. The V's old genius for sieges, patience, angles, attrition with purpose, returned in a new theater, the void. He looked beyond the immediate too. The beast's empire was not a mob that would collapse if shouted at correctly. It was a system that would require new tools to puncture. Courland began authorizing cross-chapter kill teams on a scale that etiquette had once discouraged. Specialists chosen for task rather than heraldry, stationed where the beast's connective tissue ran. An inquisitorial cadre with a talent for Xenos realities found open doors rather than polite refusals. The names Ordo Xenos and Deathwatch had not yet been hammered into law, but the outline was on the cogitator, a permanent answer to a permanent category of threat. In quieter hours, few and bracketed by alarms, he met the men whose colors would fill the Phalanx's oath hall. A Black Templar marshal who did not like halls when a battlefield would do. A Crimson Fists captain whose eyes measured logistics in the same breath as honor. An excoriator scarred by wars no one remembered, proud of scars no one had asked about.
To each he offered neither apology nor demand, only the same sentence: "We do this together, or we do not do it at all." He did not sell unity as romance. He sold it as arithmetic. The appointment came because none of the other options could speak to both voxnets at once, the one of soldiers and the one of scribes. The title Lord Commander of the Imperium is older than comfort and heavier than pride. Courland wore it like his armor, scraped thin in places, but serviceable. He took it not as a prize, but as a tool that let orders cross rooms where prayer used to stop them. Nothing about his face suggested he intended to keep it a day longer than necessary. Everything about his plan suggested he would die before handing it to a man who would misuse it.
The parade decks, where triumphs used to end, oaths began instead. The banners of Dorne's scattered sons were raised in a hall that remembered another age. Purity seals fluttered. Candles made smoke brave enough to pretend it was fog. The wall started to remember its shape. Courland did not smile. He held the silence between vows, the pause where men decide whether the words mean anything this time. He moved the conversation from vengeance to vector. The beast wanted humanity to react, to sprint from fire to fire until exhaustion turned bravery into ritual. Courland insisted on a campaign. Hunt attack moons as systems, not trophies. Target harmonic spires, power taproots, command shrines, break the things that make the thing. Build kill corridors in the void. Force escorts to defend instead of swarm. Coordinate ground and void so that each turn of the wheel grinds in the same direction. Make the enemy answer questions he does not like. The wall needed money as much as blood. Courland fought the administratum with a siege master's patience. Tithe adjustments that looked small and made convoys arrive where guns needed them. Requisition language that let a forge world keep its pride while producing what war actually required. Exemptions written to expire on a date that dared the enemy to be punctual. Every indulgence he asked for, he paired with a sunset clause. The machine grumbled and moved. It is easier to shift a mountain when you promise to put it back. Rumor painted him as humorless. It was not wrong, but it was incomplete. His humor was dry as stone and aimed down, not up. He burned foolishness and forgave error. He tolerated ego where it bought results and crushed vanity where it bought applause. When officers tried to turn his grief into theater, he made them watch casualty lists until they learned the correct tone. When a chaplain asked whether the Seventh's honor demanded a frontal assault, he asked whether the emperor preferred poets to survivors. He wrote letters no one wants to write, to successors who would not answer, to brothers who would answer too late, to families of mortal officers who had died holding a line that was not quite a line. He signed them by hand because printing sorrow is blasphemy. He took counsel from people he did not like because they knew things he did not. He made himself the least interesting part of every formation he led, not because he was humble, but because the target that does not glitter lives longer. The beast noticed. Empires do. Pressure shifted. Raids were designed to peel away exactly the fuel the last wall needed. Munitions hubs, shipyards that could service capital hulls, worlds that made food for soldiers who did not sleep much but still ate. Terror strikes probed the question every commander fears. Which symbol will you trade for a factory? Courland answered with a consistency that made allies curse him in private and trust him in public. Trade the symbol, keep the factory. You can rebuild a statue. You cannot feed cannon crews with a speech. By the time the successor banners filled the phalanx's vault, the shape of the wall was visible from orbit. It was not a legion, not in the old sense. It was something newer and, for this hour, more honest. A coalition disciplined by necessity and memory, centralized enough to hit hard, decentralized enough to avoid becoming the thing the law dreaded. At its core stood a man who refused to be the story. He would be a tool until he broke. The beast had pulled the Imperium into a war it thought it could manage piecemeal. Courland dragged it toward the only scale that made sense. He did not promise victory. He promised an answer. It would begin officially when he spoke 2 words that turned oaths into orders. Last Wall. Chapter 5. The Last Wall Protocol. From Chapters to a Legion. The words were older than comfort and simple enough to fit on a blade. Last Wall. When Courland spoke them as order rather than memory, the galaxy did not change its shape, but certain men did. Summons left Terra like nails. They struck banners scattered across space and rang the same note in different halls. The gene line of Dorn felt the vibration in its bones. Phalanx became a lighthouse and a dockyard and a church at once. The Star Fortress adjusted its orbit and its habits to receive guests, who were not guests, but kin. Black Templars with crusade-scarred tabards, crimson fists with checks and scars measured in logistics as much as glory. Excoriators with their brutal devotion, hammers of Dorn and fists exemplar as precise as the lines on a firing table. Knights of Dorn and subjugators with banners heavy from old sieges. Iron Knights whose discipline looked like stubbornness until it saved a ship. Others came, fewer or later, but enough that the air on the parade decks smelled of oil, incense, and unfamiliar oaths warming to each other.
Unity does not happen because a door opens. It happens because someone writes a schedule you can win with. Courland cut the ceremonial to the bone. The muster was planned like a siege turned inside out. Intake halls sorted by task, not heraldry. Armories re-racked to standardize calibers and charge packs. Machine spirits coaxed to accept new serials with the liturgy of common purpose. Chaplains traded scribed litanies until a shared litany of common fire emerged. Short, unsentimental, sworn before deployment to burn away the vanity that makes brave men slow. A new lexicon eased into the Vox. Wall signal meant the encrypted command net binding chapter to chapter. Stonegate marked a priority breach where boarding shields would form the old phalanx in 0G. Yellow light warned that the Wog field was thick enough to lie to cogitators. Black Cross flagged a task for those whose zeal could cut through anything if pointed. Nothing in the Codex forbade shared words. Everything in habit had. Habit bent. Doctrine traveled with the banners. The stone gauntlet, that venerable discipline of shields stacked shoulder to shoulder, learned mag clamps and jet-corrected advance. Void breachers wore shield projectors tuned to harmonize across chapter for the first time in centuries. Boarding squads mixed heraldry with intent. A Black Templar with a Thunderhammer beside a Crimson Fist with a Combi Melta, both answering to a sergeant whose title mattered less than his angle of approach. Terminator cadres rehearsed stairwell murders in mock-ups of Ork labyrinths, cutting turns into killing floors with overlapping arcs of dull, professional malice. Fleet integration followed. The last wall did not pretend to be a legion, but for the length of this war, it accepted the weight of legion work. Battle groups combined Astarte strike cruisers, Navy line ships, and Mechanicus fire support under a single operations cell. Phalanx anchored formations like a continent towed by conviction, its void beacons sinking 100 clocks that did not trust each other yesterday. Martian cohorts negotiated access to their sanctified magazines. Access was granted because Courland wrote requisitions like a siege schedule, and because the Fabricator General could read tide tables as well as anyone. The price of ammunition was catechism. The last wall paid in clear outcomes and sunset clauses. Friction surfaced and was sanded down by use. Black Templars wanted charges that looked like hymns. Crimson Fists wanted reserves that looked like sense. Courland bave the zeal marshalling tasks where momentum itself became a weapon, and assigned the calculators the jobs that punished impatience. Excoriators asked for the hardest breaches and were given them until their appetite turned from theater to results. Hammers of Dorn requested precise schedules and got them, right up to the minute the green pressure changed the minutes into rumors. When men argued doctrine, the argument ended with a live run against a captured Ork module. The corridor told the truth, and truth settled the room more quickly than eloquence.
The politics understood the danger of competence. The High Lords called for assurances. Courland offered paper and witness. The last wall was a tool with a fuse, he said, set to burn out at victory or at his death, whichever arrived first. He put his name on dismantling orders predated to the day after success. Vangerich watched with a professional's appetite for knives hidden in hand, and kept the Officio Assassinorum's attention fixed outward, for now. The Lord High Admiral called the wall a command irregularity, and then attached entire flotillas to its operations, because irregularities that work become precedents if you survive to write them down. Training tempo rose until sleep became a rumor. Simulations mapped across the moon's stolen schematics taught patience in places that killed impatience with physics. Ork harmonics towers, those ugly spires that glued the impossible together, were given target glyphs so obvious even the most sanctified machine spirit could not mistake them. Demolition cadres drilled pluck the tooth routines that ignored the tempting green noise to go straight for power taproots and shield harmonizers. Assault boats were fitted with grav anchors calibrated to bite on the moon's rotating plates. Pilots practiced the insult of approaching a gun the size of a cathedral at an angle that made sense to no one until it worked. Logistics became strategy's quieter twin. The administratum dislikes the word surge, but surges happened. Munitions lanes redrawn, agri-world quotas flexed without ceremony, machine holy relics unreliquaried long enough to be used. Courland paired every exception with a sunset clause bold enough to shame abusers. Forge Worlds delivered because they respected a commander who respected their theology enough to write legal bridges over it instead of kicking the altar. Convoys moved on new timetables, stepping through ambush corridors with decoy ships and false emissions. Human cunning met Ork exuberance in the dark between stars, and sometimes cunning won. The first demonstration had to be unmistakable, not for the enemy's sake, but for Terra's. A lesser attack moon, cousin to the monster that had bled Sol, translated in near a world the maps called important and the people on it called home. The last wall arrived as a formation, not a parade. Interdiction nets went out ahead of escorts. Lances walked fire across shield layers in a metronome of pain, and boarding began on a schedule tuned to the second hand rather than the drum. Kill teams did not harvest trophies. They harvested functions, power taproots, harmonic spires, command shrines. The Wog field thickened and lied. Counterpsychers and Sisters of Silence, too few but precisely placed, made bubbles of truth where locks could bite and orders could arrive as orders. The moon did what moons do under that treatment. It faltered. Its guns sought satisfaction and found delay. Its corridors produced orcs and found angles. Its belief met a fact that did not care how loudly you believed. When withdrawal ignited, it did so not as a swagger, but as a stumble. And Imperial crews, trained to let thieves flee if the vault would live, let it. The world below lived.
The High Lords received a report that read like an argument made with numbers. The wall worked.
With proof came scope. Battle groups fanned into arcs that turned reaction into hunt. Root intelligence from rogue traders and penal flotillas, ugly sources with honest data, fed into a map of where the beast's arterial lanes ran. Astartes strike forces hit the arteries. Navy task forces mined the capillaries. Mechanicus spearheads disrupted resupply through acts of sacred sabotage that looked like miracles until you read the math. Not every strike succeeded. Enough did to turn Ork momentum from inevitable to angry. On Phalanx, the Oath Hall changed tone. Fewer speeches, more orders, more names pinned to the Gone Forward boards and fewer to the Gone Missing. Chaplains learned to preach duty as a posture you could hold for days rather than a single operatic minute. Apothecaries standardized emergency graft protocols across heraldry lines. A Knight of Dorn lived with a Crimson Fist's borrowed organ and called it kin without irony. The wall was learning to be a thing again. The Codex Astartes did not break. It flexed. Gilliman's wisdom had been written to prevent one kind of catastrophe. Cordelin's implementation adapted it to survive another. Chapters retained their identities and commanders their honors. But in the last wall, they accepted a degree of central intent that made their autonomy feel less like a virtue and more like a luxury they would reclaim later. The bargain was clear: yield now, so there will be a later. On every empire produces a myth to explain its own survival. The Imperium prefers martyrs and miracles. Courdelin encouraged a duller myth: competence at scale. He forbade triumphs and ordered inventories. He replaced parades with throughput checks. He burned vanity to heat the engine that moved strike groups on time. He did not give speeches about destiny. He made destiny share a timetable with fuel. The beast felt the pressure and sent a message in the only grammar it respects: wait. Attacks intensified on infrastructure the wall needed to stay tall: munitions hubs, repair slips, astropathic relays. Some were lost, some were saved. The difference, increasingly, was whether a last wall unit could reach the hinge point in time. In time became a number, not a hope. Numbers focus the mind. They also close hands into fists. In the quiet that followed the first arc of victories, quiet measured in hours, not weeks, Courdelin turned the board toward a word that made some officers speak softer: Ullanor. The map of the war wanted a center. The beast's memory wanted a stage. To end a regime, you sometimes have to strike the place where its story breathes. That decision belonged to later chapters. For now, the wall stood, not just as metaphor, but as machine, high enough that even Terra could see it from the palace windows. A chapter is a brotherhood. A legion is a storm.
The last wall for this brief and necessary season was both.
Chapter 6. Shadow Wars. High Lords. Inquisition. Assassinorum. The Shadow War began the hour the sky turned green. Bolt guns and macro cannons spoke for soul, but in Terra's palaces, language had a different caliber. Edict, quorum, precedent. A committee cannot fire a broadside, yet it can strangle one. In the Senatorum Imperialis, survival was debated in the grammar of procedure, while the windows still remembered the hue of orc light. Courland brought a fact to rooms that preferred opinions. The last wall existed now, not as romance, but as a tool. It had schedules, optics, throughput. It needed fuel. He asked less for permission than for corridors, legal, logistical, political, through which ships and orders could move. That precision made allies and frightened them. The post-heresy order had been built to mistrust concentration. The last wall was concentration you could walk on. Draken van Gorich read the moment with a professional's appetite for leverage. As master of assassins, he had the rarest currency in Terra, the ability to remove a problem without writing a memo about it. He did not embrace Courland. He set him loose with a leash made of favors and implied consequences. Let the Astartes kill the right enemies, his actions said, and let the officio ensure the rest do not kill the effort. His support felt like a hand at the small of the last wall's back, steadying, guiding, and ready to push harder without warning. The Fabricator General bargained in scripture and steel. Mars would open vaults and relax catechisms if the requests arrived stamped with necessity, clarity, and a date on which the exception would die. Courland complied with a siege master's patience. He wrote requisitions like architecture, every indulgence braced by a sunset clause, every unsealed reliquary matched to a target that justified the sacrilege. The Treaty of Mars did not bend so much as it flexed. That distinction kept the Red Priests loyal and their factories alive. The Lord High Admiral dealt in ships, not symbolism. He could count. The last wall's early demonstrations translated into tonnage saved and worlds not burning. He attached squadrons to last wall operations and called them temporary interlocks, a phrase that would let history pretend everyone had obeyed the rules. He demanded accountability and got it in the language he respected. Readiness reports, supply curves, hit rates on harmonic spires. In a city that prefers incense, numbers are a kind of defiance. The ecclesiarchy spoke for the soul, and therefore tried to speak for strategy. There were arguments about shrines that must be defended because they explained why anything else mattered. Courland did not mock those arguments. He ranked them against ammunition and transit windows. He traded statues for factories and then promised to rebuild the statues with the factories' help. A few preachers called him cold. Many more blessed him when the convoy arrived on time.
The Inquisition watched, and as always, it watched itself. Ordo Hereticus feared that the last wall's unity was a warm ark over which a new heresy might stroll. Ordo Malleus tracked Wahag anomalies with the same equipment used to smell demons, and hated that the readings were wrong in the same direction every time. Within their ranks, a different pressure gathered. Inquisitors who argued that Xenos threats demanded specialized doctrine, permanent inter-order cooperation, and tools that live longer than a war. They were not yet Ordo Exynos in letter. In spirit, the writ already ran. They tested each other with small, consequential decisions. Could a mixed chapter kill team operate under an inquisitorial mandate without igniting jurisdictional war? Yes, if the kill team killed things no one else could reach, and if the mandate ended at docking clamps. Could custodians of forbidden vaults loan devices that were nearer to relic than weapon? Yes, if a Magos could sign the chain of custody with a prayer that actually convinced his own conscience. Could Psyker nulls be positioned aboard strike cruisers to carve honest air inside lying Wahag weather? Yes, if command learned to treat silence as a resource that had to be rationed.
The Officio Assassinorum, outwardly apolitical, became a hinge. Van Gorich let his temples off the leash in ways that looked like innovation and felt like trespass. Vindicare kill lanes were plotted not through human palaces, but over orc mechs whose hands tuned harmonics towers. The shots were long, the outcomes statistical, the effect cumulative. Collidus agents wore skins that let them pass for Gretchen and low-caste laborers inside attack moons. They miskeyed power relays by 3% and made catastrophe arrive half an hour late, which is often the difference between doom and drama. Eversor assets were pointed not at generals, but at supply nodes where greenskins queued, in as much as greenskins queue, for ammunition and momentum. The violence was obscene, and the pause it bought felt like oxygen. The rarest tool was the Kulexus. Nulls turned orc confidence into a headache the size of a city. Inserted at the heart of boarding actions, they did not silence the Wach so much as tangle it. For a window measured in breaths, doors that shouldn't open did, and shots that shouldn't land did. And a strike team reached a node no one had the right to reach. Those insertions were paid for twice. Once in exhaustion that made mortals ill for days, and once in the muttered prayers of Astartes who did not enjoy the feeling of their souls being wrapped in sandpaper. The results were worth the penance. Assassins also worked at home. The first attempts to throttle the last wall did not announce themselves as treason. They arrived as audits, emergency reviews, interpretations of the codex that conveniently made mixed operations impossible.
A lord with an old grudge against the seventh bled influence into memos that slowed convoys by hours, that turned into deaths. Van Gorich responded with surgical scandals. A ledger discovered, a confidant exposed, a vice that could be forgiven if the penitent resigned immediately and quietly. Heads did not roll, not yet, but reputations did, and corridors cleared. Corland disliked the smell of those victories. He preferred to win where the enemy wore green. Yet he understood that a wall built under fire needs men on the scaffolds who kick the saboteur's hands before the saboteur finds better footing. His bargain with Van Gorich was ugly and necessary. Keep the knives pointed outward when possible, downward when necessary, never at the last wall's spine. Van Gorich agreed because he adored outcomes and detested chaos he did not author. In the High Lord's chamber, masks learned new expressions. Some lords learned to speak the language of temporary exceptionalism for the duration of this crisis. Others learned to count their friends more carefully and found they had fewer than pride had promised. Petitions to censure Corland were written with care and filed with care, and then found themselves rescheduled until after operations that could not afford to wait. A tradition of veto used as jewelry learned to function as a weapon. Sometimes it cut the enemy, sometimes it cut the wearer. The room became a lesson in the difference between power and the ability to affect events. The Shadow War bent outward too. Administratum directors with a taste for neatness tried to rationalize supply lanes that had been deliberately made untidy to confuse Ork interceptors. Their tidy corrections killed ships. They were corrected in turn, sometimes by data and sometimes by whispers about how fragile influence can be during a war. A segmentum governor attempted to hold back a tithe on grounds of local emergencies. A Calidus agent convinced him that his emergencies would multiply if the tithe failed to arrive. He found religion in punctuality. On Ullanor's side of the board, the Shadow War looked like sabotage that made Ork arrogance miss a step. A harmonic spire detonated a fraction late, collapsing a shield not when it would have been glorious, but when it would have been useful to someone waiting at the right angle with a melta-charge. A Gargant assembly line forgot to fit coolant lines after a foreman was replaced by a woman who was not a woman, and whose last words were a code phrase that erased a month of maps from enemy hands. None of these actions won the war. They changed the slope of the graph. Slope matters.
The Inquisition's internal debate sharpened against this backdrop. The conservators argued that every temporary mechanism becomes a permanent temptation. The pragmatists replied that permanence was the point. A galaxy full of Xenos empires did not take turns, and ad hoc could not scale. Case files from the front, Reports stamped with the sigils of chapters who did not write reports lightly made the argument for them. Patterns require institutions to answer them. A draft charter began to circulate in rooms where charters are born. Its seal would be melted in a later chapter. Its outline was already etched. Ordo Xenos, with remit and tools to match, not as an insult to other ordos, but as a relief to them. Van Gerich's ledger grew heavier. He had made friends he did not call friends, and enemies he catalogued with appalling care. He had used his office to remove obstacles and to make examples. Each success planted a seed, a sense, even among his allies, that here was a man who could decide outcomes without permission. The paradox of the hour was ugly to look at. To save a state designed to mistrust decisive men, you needed decisive men. The precedent would not be written in gold ink, but it would be written. Corland anticipated the bill. He prepared to pay it with his own authority, if he had to. In orders that never reached the voxnets, he designated deputies who hated power, but could wield it. He wrote instructions on how to dismantle the last wall when the hour allowed. He insisted on a chain of custody for extraordinary measures that would make it possible to say honestly who had done what and why. He was building rope ladders out of a burning building while still fighting the fire. Meanwhile, the officio continued to teach physics old tricks. Vindicares took shots across void distances that made machine spirits doubt themselves, and then taught the spirits to stop doubting. Eversors burned out in corridors where 100 orcs withered in the time it takes to regret an order. Calidus infiltrators discovered that pretending to be a greenskin long enough to lie to a machine was a way to break the machine's morale, if machines can be said to have morale in a wahoo field. Colexus nulls remained unrepeatable miracles. You could not scale them, only spend them wisely. There were failures. A multi-temple strike against a megaboss on a fortress moon devolved into legend and statistics. The boss died loudly. The vacuum he left filled itself as if ambition were a fluid. The Gestalt laughed. An attempt to trigger a political collapse in a conquered subsector succeeded in toppling a puppet council and failed to change anything that mattered. The guns kept firing, and the factories kept growing teeth. Each failure became doctrine. Do not mistake spectacles for strategy. Do not write victory speeches before the logisticians sign them. The price of secrecy is suspicion. Some Astartes captains disliked assassins in their hallways. Some inquisitors disliked assassins anywhere they could not see their hands. Corland kept the tools compartmentalized and the missions need to know. He offered a simple rule to those who demanded to know. Judge by the vector, not the veil. If outcomes served the war, keep your curiosity. If they did not, you would hear from him first.
It was a brittle trust, but it held because the alternative was slower. The balance within Terra's palaces was not stable. It was an armistice between pride and fear, mediated by necessity. Each operation that worked bought the last wall another week of indulgence. Each loss threatened to turn indulgence into indictment. Van Gerich managed that ledger with an artist's cruelty and a clerk's precision. Corland managed it with the stubborn ethics of a siege engineer. Build what stands, remove what buckles, keep the men fed, keep the guns honest, make the plan rude to romance and friendly to results. There would come a night when patience ended, and knives wrote policy faster than quills ever could. That night has its own chapter and its own name. For now, the Shadow War did its quieter work. It shaved minutes off convoys, shaved layers off attack moon shields, shaved illusions off powerful men who preferred illusions. In the green light beyond Terra, ships moved because a decision had been made somewhere no map recorded. On Terra, men slept badly and woke to outcomes that made their arguments smaller. The wall rose in daylight. In darkness, it learned how to keep standing.
Chapter 7. Ordo Xenos and the Birth of the Deathwatch. Before the beast, Xenos was a category on a form. After Sol, it became a field of war. The Imperium had always fought aliens, but it had fought them as problems, not as patterns. The beast taught a harder lesson. Patterns demand institutions. That is how the words Ordo Xenos and Deathwatch moved from rumor to seal. It began as a practicality wrapped in heresy-proof paper. Inquisitors who specialized in alien threats had existed since Malkador's day, scattered and idiosyncratic, their writ defined by personality more than doctrine. In the M32 crisis, the ad hoc approach bled time. Reports from a dozen fronts kept rhyming. Orc harmonics, towers reknitting shields. Attack moons using identical power tap routes. Mechs speaking a shared glyph grammar across sectors. The Inquisition could either treat each instance as a miracle that required a unique sermon, or admit the enemy was running a playbook and write one of its own. The draft charter for Ordo Xenos circulated under too many locks. It did not insult Hereticus or Malleus. It promised relief. Let us carry the alien ledger, its authors argued, so your books can close more cleanly. The language was precise, bordering on unromantic. Jurisdiction across segmenta for threats originating beyond mankind. Authority to requisition assets for operations with provable Xenos vectors. A mandate to study, to classify, to recommend counters without falling into the sin the Mechanicus called tech heresy. It paired ambition with fences. No permanent armies, no private wars, accountability by audit and by results. Skeptics called it a trap written in courtesy. Pragmatists called it oxygen.
Corland read the draft with a siege master's appetite for tools. He saw the institutional shape needed to support the kind of surgical violence the last wall was beginning to practice. But inquisitors alone could not climb a harmonic spire under fire, or thread a moon's arterial corridors while a Wyog field tried to make maps lie. For that, he needed Astartes, not chapters in bulk, but handfuls of specialists tempered by doctrine and soaked in each other's ways until heraldry mattered less than angles. A compromise older than comfort was unrolled. Secondment. Chapters would lend veteran battle brothers to the Inquisition for a defined long vigil, measured in campaigns, not precise years, after which they would return to their parent chapter with gene seed and honors intact. In exchange, these warriors would be formed into mixed kill teams, trained to a shared discipline, issued weapons that ignored etiquette and answered only to task. The chain of command would be dual: operational authority under a designated Ordo Xenos Inquisitor for the duration of the mission, tactical command entrusted to a watch captain chosen from among the Astartes for his ability to make disparate doctrines rhyme. The black armor came first as a practical solution: void blends, heat suppression, a palette that read, "We are here for the night shift." The silver left arm followed because symbols work faster than memos, a visible, permanent oath to the long vigil and to the burden of alien war. The right pauldron kept each warrior's chapter icon, a reminder that this was a gathering of vows, not a theft of identity. Chaplains from multiple chapters authored a short creed together, the litany of the long vigil, not to replace a chapter's soul, but to give the team one heartbeat when knives were out.
The Watch. Stations sprouted in the dark, like sensible rumors. Not the great fortresses of later ages, but the bones of them, repurposed asteroid mines at crossroads, voidway stations where auspex could listen and small wars could be launched. They were built sparse and hard, munitions, cogitator cores tuned for Xenos signatures, reliquaries of forbidden countermeasures under seals that required both Rosarius and Cog keys to open. The Mechanicus grumbled and cooperated. Each station had a sworn Magos xenologists whose job was to touch the unclean on behalf of those who must not. Training ignored politeness. A kill team might mix a Black Templar whose zeal burned like a star with a Crimson Fist who could do trigonometry in his sleep, an excoriator who preferred pain to pride, with a Fist Exemplar who counted shots by memory. They learned to breathe in each other's rhythms. They drilled through Ork labyrinths mocked up from captured schematics. They rehearsed tooth-pluck demolitions on harmonics spires. They practiced teleport insertions under Calexis' shadow until their souls hurt and their hands remembered the sequence anyway.
bolters loaded bespoke, kraken rounds to punch clean holes through plated arrogance, hellfire to introduce a toxin argument where chitin insisted, vengeance to break shields through the simple virtue of overkill. Xenos Bane munitions were dangerous to store, more dangerous to misuse, and precisely the danger required. Doctrine ossified into habit with the speed only necessity can produce. Identify the node. Ignore the theater. Spend lives only to purchase function. A kill team would cut a moon's shield harmonizer while a larger battle screamed outside. They would leave the trophy heads to the men who needed trophies, and they would call the timing for lance batteries with a professionalism that felt like blasphemy to those who had built religion out of noise. When they spoke on Vox, they used the new lexicon without romance. Black cross planted, yellow light thickening, stone gate open 30 seconds. The first operations read like the opening lines of a ledger that would grow monstrous in later ages. On a minor attack moon harrying a pilgrim route, a kill team rode a teleport hiccup into a maintenance gallery, murdered silence into a machine chapel, and turned a prayer wheel the wrong way, so a shield fell out of rhythm just long enough for a navy battery to finish the argument. On a fortress hulk guarding a shipyard the beast had franchised, a watch captain used a captured glyph to schedule a maintenance lull that should not have existed. His team arrived with melta charges and left behind a fire that ate itself cleverly along the load bearing. On a world gone green too quickly, an inquisitorial xenologist stood behind a wall of ceramite and took notes while a Deathwatch brother coaxed a teleporta altar into misplacing an Ork regiment into open ocean. Cooperation with the Officio Assassinorum became an art. A Vindiker's lane cleared a gantry 40 seconds before a watch sergeant had to cross it. A Calidus miswired a power relay by 3%, so a team found honest gravity exactly where they needed it. An Eversor burned a hangar into a wind of meat to create the only quiet corridor within a kilometer. The rare Calexis insertion turned a babble of wah into an ache long enough for a breaching charge to remember which wire mattered. None of it looked heroic from a distance. All of it was weight added to the right side of the balance. Ordo Exynos formalized its other half, the Mines War. Bestiaries that had been monkish curiosities became operational manuals. Glyph glossaries standardized across sectors, so a symbol that meant "don't shoot this or you'll make it bigger" in one subsector meant the same everywhere else. Field labs in watch stations learned to boil captured filth into data without falling in love with it. The Mechanicus set expurgatus protocols. Study, extract a countermeasure, then destroy the sample under rites watchful enough to satisfy a saint. Transgressions were punished in public. Restraint was recorded with a gratitude that sounded like insult and wasn't. Tension with Mars remained constant and useful. Magi who had long hunted Xenotech as an excuse to make sermons found themselves guarding sanctuaries where the unclean was admitted on a leash. They invented new locks. They invented new words for clean and unclean. They invented ways to live with their own compromises. In return, Deathwatch teams received devices that were otherwise myth. Rad cleansers tuned not to cook allies. Auspex filters that subtracted WAG noise from real returns. Machine spirits coaxed to suspend their mistrust of non-human geometry for exactly as long as a mission took.
Chapters adjusted oddly. Some, like the Black Templars, balked at the idea of lending champions to an inquisitorial writ. Their zeal preferred a crusade's open road. Yet, even they acknowledged the arithmetic. A brother returned from a long vigil with tricks that killed aliens faster and made crusades shorter. Crimson Fists, pragmatic by habit and history, sent veterans in numbers that made other masters raise eyebrows. They counted the knowledge returned as tithe repaid in kind. Excoriators treated the vigil as penance with teeth. Fist's exemplar treated it as graduate education. No one treated it lightly. Failures came and wrote doctrine in blood. A kill team misread a glyph grammar and blew a power taproot in the wrong order. The resulting chain reaction spared the moon and erased the team. Another over-trusted a Culexus bubble that flickered half a heartbeat too soon. Two brothers took the WAG scream full in the mind and died with their eyes open, still advancing. These names were added to a roll that was not public, but was recited in watch chapels before deployment. The recitation kept heroism honest. The High Lords, allergic to new powers they did not author, demanded oversight. Ordo Xenos offered it in the only form that mattered: results with signatures. Every extraordinary measure required countersign by a triad: Watch Commander, Magos Xenologist, Acting Inquisitor in Charge, and expired unless renewed with fresh cause. Every requisition had a sunset clause. Every watch station's charter included a dismantling right. The paper reassured those who needed reassurance. The living work reassured those who read casualty graphs. Van Gurik watched with narrowed eyes and withheld both praise and sabotage. The Deathwatch solved problems he could not shoot from a kilometer away. It also represented a locus of competence that did not answer to him. He filed the information where he filed most dangerous facts, under useful today, manage tomorrow. Courland saw the same tomorrow and wrote instructions for how the vigil should outlive him without becoming an army. The ethic was stark. The Deathwatch is a tool. Tools are put away when the task is done,
and brought out when the task returns. Alien war is a task that returns. The cultural shift spread faster than decrees usually do. On Navy bridges, junior officers learned to say, "Call the watch," without blushing. On Forge worlds, tech priests stopped spitting after speaking the word Xenos if the next sentence contained countermeasure. In chapters Reclusiarches, homilies sprouted new stanzas about service beyond heraldry. The idea of mixed kill teams stopped feeling like a violation and started feeling like an answer. The beast noticed this too, not as a thought, but as a bruised knuckle. Attack moons that had treated boarding actions like attacks began bleeding seconds from their shield cycles, and seconds are lives. Mech lines that had laughed at sabotage started to install redundancies that bought them minutes and cost them initiative. The regime adapted, as regimes do. The difference now was symmetry. For the first time since the war began, the Imperium had built an organ to adapt back. Names accumulate around victories. Deathwatch started as gallows humor in a watch station mess. Who watches death but men who expect to meet it? And stuck because it felt correct. Long Vigil began as a scheduling euphemism and became a vow. Ordo Xenos received its sigil from the sealsmiths and the sneers of those who thought new sigils are minted too easily in the Imperium. The sneers died down when convoys started arriving on time to worlds that used to burn. In the oath halls of Phalanx, Courland did not make a parade out of the watch. He treated it as masonry, a specific block in a wall designed to bear specific weight. He signed the charter papers with the same pen he used to write dismantling orders. He blessed the first watch captain with a sentence that was not poetry. "Ignore the noise, break the node, come home with more of you than I expect." The Deathwatch did not win the war. It made winning possible at all. As the last wall set its sights towards Ullanor, it did so with a new calculus. Big moves succeed when small cuts hurt in the right places and at the right times. Ordo Xenos would point to the places. The Deathwatch would make the cuts. The wall would do the pushing. In a galaxy that prefers miracles, this was something rarer, a new habit that worked.
Chapter 8. Hunting the Attack Moons. The last wall did not wait for the next eclipse. It went looking for them. Doctrine shifted from repel to reduce. The war plan, read like a siege, turned inside out. Find the moon, strip the screens, cut the harmonics, break the taproot. Let the big guns tell the epilogue. Every step had a time attached. Time was the only currency the beast could not print. The hunts started in the dark between tidy maps. Rogue traders and penal flotillas, sources administratum clerks called impure and Courland called useful, bled root intelligence into the wall's signal net. Patterns emerged. The moon's favored translation nodes, shaped by ancient gravity scars, took resupply from fungus yards that grew escorts on lattices of scaffolds and blasphemy, and paused to retune shields at spires that read like cathedrals to bad physics. Ordo Xenos stamped each find with a glyph index. The Deathwatch made the indices bleed. Operation Stone Choir set the tempo. A lesser attack moon. No such thing exists, but the wall learned to grade horrors. Translated near a tithe hub, whose warehouses could feed a crusade, and were feeding a wog. Interdiction nets went out first, blanketing space with mines and false vox that sounded like panicked retreat. The escort screen surged to pursue the story it wanted to hear. Navy battle line opened them like tin. Phalanx marched its lancefire in a metronome. One beat for voidskins, one for the towers that made those skins remember how to exist. Deathwatch teams tore through service shafts to the harmonic spires and planted Black Cross charges tuned to sing the wrong note at the wrong time. Sisters of Silence rode teleport beacons into the thickest wog weather and made air you could give orders in. The moon tried to climb into a higher orbit. Grav anchors bit. Macro shells the size of arguments went in. Engines died praying. The hub lived. The convoy left unified and on time. The High Lords signed the result with ink that looked suspiciously like gratitude. The hunts multiplied. Operation Yellowgate knifed an escort factory that had learned to grow standardized gun decks. Watch teams inverted a coolant prayer, and the machine spirit roasted its own artery. Navy ordnance arrived 30 seconds later, which is the difference between a miracle and a plan. Operation Anchors Down faked a refit schedule at a fungus yard by leaking a counterfeit glyph through a captured mech. When the moon's tenders arrived, they found a minefield disguised as bureaucracy. Operation Hearth Ash turned a Greendover agri-world into denial rather than prize. The ecclesiarchy screamed heresy, then blessed the ashes when the casualty graphs came home honest. Numbers changed. Yellow light zones, volumes where WOG pressure made cogitators lie, shrank from hemispheres to corridors, as null assets and counterpsychers learned where to stand and when to breathe. Shield cycles that had recovered in 20 seconds stuttered at 12, then 8, then sometimes not at all when a harmonics tower failed to recatch the rhythm. The time to breach fell. The time to withdrawal rose. Kill ratios stopped being apocrypha and became metrics.
Admirals started smiling in ways they felt guilty about later. The beast adapted. It thickened escort screens with feral moons, half-grown cores the size of mountains that could not project the same arrogance, but could swallow torpedoes with meat. It laid decoy glyphs that led kill teams into loops. The Deathwatch learned to read punctuation in paint. Strokes without confidence meant a forger. Strokes with joy meant a problem. It seeded harmonics redundancy the way a careful general seeds depth. Second spires masked as vent chimneys, power tap roots braided through civic districts full of slaves and Gretchen. The hunts slowed by minutes that felt old age in command chairs. The wall answered with math and malice. Fleet cells started using saw cuts, lure drives that mimicked capital signatures to pull escort stacks out of position by 3 degrees, which is enough for a lance to draw a straight line through a crooked problem. Martian magi tuned lance capacitors to pulse off-cycle, cheating past the habituation the Wog field was teaching to Imperial machine spirits. Astartes assault boats gained ablative blasphemy shields, looted from Ork field emitters and re-sanctified with prayers that hurt to say. Ugly to look at, they bought 6 extra seconds under guns that had learned to sing. Hard choices accumulated. A shrine world begged protection after a moon's shadow eclipsed its saints. Its refineries made promethium that kept 3 battle groups honest. Courland traded the statues for the promethium, then wrote a penitence reconstruction plan with fuel distribution charts attached. A naval Nova cannon platform fell into Ork hands mid-refit. The Lord High Admiral asked for a month to mount a rescue. Courland gave him 4 days and a scuttling order. The platform died as a booby trap that punched a hole in a moon at range and bought 10,000 sailors 4 seconds more life than they had any right to expect.
The Deathwatch legends began that did not look like legends. A team with a Black Templar, a Crimson Fist, an Excoriator, and a Fist Exemplar. Zeal, math, pain, precision. Rode a miscalibrated teleporter into a power trunk that was not on any map. They fought on a catwalk over a city of pistons and prayer wheels, and planted charges with the serenity of accountants. When the spire came down, the shield coughed, navy lances spoke, and a moon that thought itself a god remembered it was a factory. The team lost 2 brothers. Their watch captain said the litany of the long vigil over the bodies and sent the gene seed home in canisters stamped with 4 icons and 1 silver arm. Assassins did arithmetic in the green. Vindicares killed mechs at distances that made Auspex doubt itself. Calidus assets wore Gretchen skin until their ears hurt, then mistimed an entire assembly block by 0.7 seconds across a quarter moon. Eversors failed spectacularly twice.
Null bubbles collapsed early, and the berserkers died like stars. But each death bought a minute of quiet that the wall filled with intent. The rare Culexis insertion turned corridors into places where belief slipped, just long enough for a breacher to find a good angle for a melter torch. The moons bled. One died badly over a gas giant, its carcass tearing a weather system into art. One died over a fortress moon, cratered into a ring of regret that would haunt charts for a century. One died running, and the Navy learned it could tire a monster if it stole enough of its food first. The beast stopped sending moons alone. It started massing them in clusters that looked like a constellation of malice. The hunts became wars in miniature, with their own flanks and logistics. The wall changed its posture. Instead of chasing every crescent into every shadow, it built kill gardens, volumes of space prepared in secret with minefields, decoy buoys, and overlapping lance arcs. Rogue traders baited moons into the gardens by leaking real convoys ahead of false ones. The first time it worked, Phalanx loomed at the edge of a nebula like a patient executioner. The kill garden blossomed, and 3 moons tried to do trigonometry with faith, and learned faith still needs numbers. Expendables did heroic things and did not get parades. Penal flotillas dragged bait hulks into translation nodes and died mostly as planned. Tug crews threaded crippled escorts through shrapnel to recovery docks no one had used in 2 centuries. Auxilia regiments died holding Vox relays open for the 7 minutes a watch team needed underground. Courland remembered their names where his officers could see them, and set ration scales by units saved rather than units favored. Morale stopped pretending it liked poetry and learned to like competence. Then came the operation that fixed the map. A moon whose resupply rhythm was almost pious, whose glyphs repeated a litany recusant priests had begun to recognize, whose route, when plotted across 3 segmenta, traced a spiral that did not converge on Terra or Mars or any fortress world that made political sense. It converged on a system too famous to be accidental: Ullanor. Ordo Exynos laid the overlay on the table in a room that smelled like oil and bad history. The spiral was not proof, but it was a direction. Intercepts of mech chatter mentioned the stage and the big mask, phrases that meant nothing until they meant everything. The moons were not wandering, they were orbiting a memory. The beast had built a regime, and it wanted a capital worthy of the grin it wore.
The decision did not erase the hunts. It focused them. Any moon whose route pointed away from the spiral became a priority for immediate reduction. Deny the beast fuel. Any route that drifted inward was tagged foreshadowing, mapping, nibbling. Let it lead you to the quarry. The Navy refined a leash doctrine. Harry a moon into burning drives too early. Force withdrawals that arrived off-cycle and confused resupply schedules weeks away. The Deathwatch adjusted insertions to steal more data than glory. The Officio bent its attention to mechs with titles like Stage Right and Big Mech of Banners, because in a war, this symbolic someone had to kill the choreographers. Losses punctuated the ledger. A watch station, too bold and too new, tried to hold a translation node with 4 teams and a prayer. A cluster of moons used it as target practice. A Martian spearhead overcommitted to a kill garden and learned that orcs could fight like men who had been reading stolen field manuals. A Black Templar marshal charged a ramp that was made of magnets and will. He died 3 steps from glory. His brothers finished the job and took no trophy but the angle of approach for the next time. Doctrine grows teeth on days like that. The hunts left scars worth counting. The interval between moon sightings stretched. When they translated, they arrived thinner, hungrier, escorted by screens that bickered on Vox and missed cues. The green weather over theaters with active watch teams settled into a sullen drizzle rather than a screaming gale. Logistic curves bent in directions logisticians liked. Governors who had written farewell letters to their worlds started writing ration plans again. Pilgrim fleets risked lanes that had been hearses a month before. Terra watched and pretended not to breathe at windows. The High Lords learned to file fewer memos when moons died and more when convoys arrived. Vangarich recorded deaths and made none of them due yet. The Ecclesiarchy found words for the moral arithmetic and made them sound like hymns. Mars wrote new checklists for the old reliquaries and pretended they'd had them all along. The last wall kept moving and refused to become a parade. When Corland stood over the map and touched the spiral with a gauntlet that remembered older triumphs, he did not say destiny. He said vector. The Hunts had bought what Hunts can buy, the right to pick the ground of the next argument. The beast had been forced to spend moons as currency to hold together a story it wanted to tell at Ullanor. The wall would go there, not because of romance, but because empires that live by symbols can be made to die by them if you hit the symbol hard enough and at the right hour. Before the fleet turned, the Hunts had one more job: starve the stage. A month of ugly work followed. Denials, demolitions, convoys rerouted through corridors where men grew old counting to 10 and then counting again. By the time the last wall wrote its orders for the next chapter, the constellation of malice around Ullanor was dimmer. Not dim, not enough. Enough to try. The beast had made attack moons into arguments. The wall had learned to argue back. The debate was not over. It was simply ready to move to a larger room. The Chapter 9. Return to Ullanor. The maps have gravity. The spiral of attack, Moon routes bent every line to a single word the Imperium said with equal parts pride and superstition: Ullanor. Once, the Emperor had paraded there after breaking an Ork empire. Now, the beast meant to turn that memory into a throne. The last wall did not arrive in procession. It arrived in layers. Scout flotillas ghosted the outer dark, laying kill gardens the Orks would not see until the flowers bloomed. Mechanicus probes took the measure of a Wog sky that roared like a storm factory. Navy battle groups stacked vectors like siege ladders. Phalanx moved with the slow assurance of a continent, its lance banks hungry and patient. In watch chapels and wardrooms, the name of the target was spoken like a warding: Ullanor, Ullanor, Ullanor. The system had been repurposed into theater and foundry. Attack moons held station like green saints in a mockery of a halo, their gravities chained to anchor pylons that stabbed the void. Escort swarms flowed between them in pre-arranged tides. On the world below, cities had been fed to factories that grew teeth. Harmonic spires rose like blasphemous catechisms. Banners the size of hab blocks turned in a wind made of belief. Vox intercepts caught phrases in a crude lingua franca: the stage, the big mask, the new Ullanor, a regime boasting to itself while it sharpened knives. Kurland set the tone and left the speech unwritten. No parades, was all he said to the officers gathered under Phalanx's vault. We are here to break function. Ullanor is a symbol. Symbols fall when their machinery fails. He divided the war into phases and hung clocks on each. Bleed the halo, pin the screens, cut the spires, crater the anchors, keep the wall intact long enough to make the last order matter. Phase 1 began with a lie the enemy wanted to hear. Rogue trader lures broadcast panic along lanes the moons preferred. Escorts surged. Kill gardens bloomed. Minds with machine spirits taught to hate green lit in overlapping hymns. Lance batteries drew lines through bad geometry. Navy broadsides forced the moons to point their faces the wrong way. Leash doctrine snapped taut. Martian spearheads burned drives early, making the enemy waste fuel and timing. Where the Wog thickened into yellow light, Sisters of Silence slipped into place like wedges of cold. And suddenly, Auspex told the truth, if only for a minute. Phase 2 came in knives and towers. Deathwatch teams rode teleport hiccups into the Halo's underrooms, moving with the unromantic grace of professionals. Black cross charges went on harmonic spires.
tuned to sing wrong at the right second. Calidus agents in Gretchen skin miskeyed power cycles by fractions. Vindicars turned mechs into statistics before those mechs could fix the fractions. A Culexus null made corridors honest long enough for breachers to make liars of shields. On the moon's skin, Astartes cohorts advanced by the stone gauntlets clock, shield projectors overlapping, zeal and arithmetic braided tight. Phase 3 put boots and titans on soil that had once known parades. Guard army groups, new-raised, overawed, stubborn, dug in under ash storms, while 2 titan legios stalked forward like walking verdicts. Gargants answered with bellows that shook masonry into powder. Artillery argued with itself across horizons. Drop pods fell into streets widened to make them easier to pill in. Those streets learned too late that precision is a religion humanity still practices. Ordo Exynos handlers marched with auspex slates full of ugly wisdom. Do not shoot that tank, or it will explode into something worse. Do shoot that pipe, or the district will suffocate on schedule. The last wall's spear point aimed for the throat. The primary anchor array that bound the moon's gravities to Ullanor's sky and fed the spire's rhythm. Kurland led the breach personally. He had turned grief into architecture. Now he made it a door. Stone Gate Prime, the Vox called his insertion route. His retinue wore heraldry from half a dozen successors and none. In their voices sat the new lexicon. Yellow light heavy, black cross staged, stone gate advancing. The anchor array rose from a plain of slag and skulls, a forest of pylons taller than mountains chained together by bridges of armored blasphemy. Its guardian was not a palace guard. It was an apex that had earned the title in blood. A beast, one of the giants around which the regime's will kept refocusing. It moved with the certainty of a landslide and wore armor like a cathedral that had decided to walk. When it laughed, the wog weather spiked and hearts miscounted.
The duel that followed will be lied about forever. The truth is crueler and cleaner. Corlimd did not perform. He worked. Shield, step, hammer, step, guard, strike. Each motion an old lesson made new again at ridiculous scale. His brothers made the space he needed and paid for it with what they had. The beast learned respect one bruise at a time. When it swung, the ground retired. When Corland answered, a pylon shivered. Vox, nets clogged with prayers and measurements. He could not kill a regime with a hammer, but he could kill an hour. That is what he did. He held the beast in the place the wall's doctrine demanded, under the shadow of charge lines leading into the anchor heart. Black Cross now, he said, voice level.
Death was walking toward him from 3 directions, and he refused to introduce himself. Charges sang their wrong notes. The array coughed out of rhythm. For 20 seconds, a small number that changes history, the halo flickered. Phalanx had been waiting for those seconds as if they were saints. Lances burned down in a chord that felt choreographed by a Primarch's hand. Navy broadsides arrived as punctuation. The moon's shields sagged. One collapsed. An anchor pylon tore free, dragging a string of smaller pylons like a rosary breaking. Gravity went strange. A moon that called itself invincible suddenly had to learn what falling meant. The beast saw the angle change and chose the language it understood: escalation. Reinforcements poured in, knobs in plates daubed with the same glyph as their chief, megaguns on legs, walkers made of jokes that worked when enough believers laughed. Corland pushed the beast 1 step more, then 1 step again, and then the beast's fist found his center, and history lost a man it could not easily replace. He dropped to 1 knee and stayed there. He did not ask to be carried. He ordered the fire he had bought. His last command did what last commands should. It made survival meaningful. "Fire on my mark," he said, and the mark was him. The array's heart ruptured under the light that followed. The beast, suddenly under a sky that remembered honesty, reeled. The last wall's breach teams surged through the shock like engineers sprinting over a bridge they had just blown. A watch captain removed a secondary spire with the calm viciousness of a man late for an appointment. Titan guns spoke the syllables of closure. Somewhere under the ash, guardsmen who had not heard the speech understood that the sky was different and stood up straighter. Corland fell where the work was good. Word traveled crookedly, as it always does in chaos. Some heard he had killed the beast outright. Some heard that the beast had killed the last Imperial fist and laughed doing it. Both were lies of convenience. The truth: he bought the window and paid with his life, obligated survivors more than a legend would have. Within the hour, command passed along a scaffold Corland had built for exactly this day. A chain that did not depend on charisma to hold.
The Void War did not end with his pulse. It sharpened. With the primary anchor crippled, the moons lost phase like drunk planets. One tried to climb and failed. Another tried to ram and succeeded at dying in a way that shook a hemisphere into storms. The wall did not chase glory, it chased functions. Secondary anchors were cut in sequence. Spires went down. Escorts that had arrived to celebrate found they had guests who did not like parties. Ordo Xenos flagged a glyph on a far ridge, stage right, and an assassin's lane answered the flag before anyone could turn the word into a story. On the ground, the Titan duel went from spectacle to execution as the WAG sickened. A Gargan's heart tore out through its back in a flower of steam and shame. Infantry who had been pinned by sound stood when the sound died. Deathwatch teams exfiltrated through corridors that had stopped hating maps. Sisters of Silence bled from the nose and smiled through it, the way professionals smile when the job's ugly but correct. Losses were tallied without music. A chapter's worth of successors died in everything but heraldry. A Navy line ship broke apart, shielding a convoy from debris that used to be a moon. A watch station in low orbit burned out to keep a teleport lock honest. Corlin's body was recovered with a care that embarrassed a saint. His armor would become a reliquary. His orders already were. Ullanor did not fall that day, not in the final sense. The beast, a title, a network, a set of colossal appetites, still breathed, and more than one throat could wear that growl. But Ullanor, as an argument, took a wound that never closed. The halo was cracked. The stage was messy. The grin had blood between its teeth, and some of it was its own. The wall had proven a premise. Symbols bleed when you cut their machinery. There was one more change, whispered before it was announced. In the wake of Kulin's death, a hammer out of the Age of Fire was seen in corridors where only rumors had walked for 10 millennia. A Primarch's shadow fell across Terran halls and Ullanor's ash, and men who had forgotten how to straighten did so without instruction. The name would be said clearly in the next chapter. For now, the fact mattered more than the syllables. The gene-sire of a legion had stepped back into a war that needed fathers more than speeches. The last wall turned its face toward further work. Ullanor could not be abandoned. It had to be unmade properly. Orders that bore Corlin's hand were executed by men who missed it and obeyed it. Vangerich counted debts and chose not to collect, yet. The High Lords held a session where some tried to turn grief into leash, and others turned it into permission. Mars sent up a hymn written in code that meant, "We have more shells." What the Imperium won at Ullanor was not victory. It was position. What it lost was a man who had made position possible. The exchange was cruel, necessary, and insufficient. In the green dusk over a wounded world, the wall held. And for the first time since the sky had gone wrong over Terra, the future felt like something other than a dive. Next would come knives in palaces and decisions that sounded like gunfire. But for one ash-choked day, Ullanor remembered that parades are not the only ritual that matters. Work matters. Angles matter. Timing matters. And walls, when they are made of men who understand all three, can make empires bleed.
Chapter 10. The Beheading. The first rumor was a name said aloud for the first time in an age. Vulkan. A Primarch's tread is not like other footfalls. It changes the way men stand and the way rooms breathe. He arrived without fanfare and with a wounded world's dust still on his armor, a giant with a maker's hands and a survivor's eyes. The custodes bowed, neither more nor less. Duty is a straight line. But the angle of every conversation on Terra shifted a degree. After Courland fell at Ullanor, Vulkan accepted the burden that kills smaller men. Lord of the Imperium for the duration of a war that did not love durations. There were those who reached for chains made of tradition. The High Lords proposed committees for a being who had outlived committees. They offered oversight as a kindness and restraint as a hymn. Vulkan listened as a craftsman listens to a bent nail, patiently, without illusion. He spoke briefly, the way a forge speaks when a tool is ready or isn't. We do the work. You make space. We are finished when the beast is finished. Some nodded. Some did arithmetic with pride instead of numbers. Draken Vangorich did what he always did. He turned his ledger and read outcomes. He had made a profession of knives, but his faith, if he had such a thing, was in results. In the last hours of Courland's life and the first hours of Vulkan's command, memos had multiplied like vermin. Austerity reviews of emergency rifts. Hearings to consider the morality of scuttling platforms that would have become enemy guns. A motion to pause Deathwatch operations pending theological clarification. Each delay fitted the beast's schedule like a key. Vangorich filed the delays under a single heading: unacceptable. He did not ask permission. He convened a quorum that history never records, because history prefers signatures to the absence of breath. Grand masters of the temples gathered in a room where maps of cities lay under glass, and where the air smelled of gun oil and incense. Vangorich described an operation in the grammar of surgery: simultaneous excision of cancers that had proved resistant to cautery. No polemic, just a list. Names, locations, schedules, contingencies, cover legends. A morning's work, if artistry was applied. Assassins do not pray before work. They recite checklists. At dawn, Terra's dawn, for symbolism still bends even the cynical, the beheading began. A Lord High Admiral, whose signature had starved 3 convoy lanes, sat down to tea and met a toxin that traveled faster than regret, engineered by venom hands to leave a heart that looked as if it had died for a more flattering reason. A justice who had learned to weaponize precedent descended the steps of a basilica and took one precise shot at 2 kilometers, the kind that makes ballistics feel like magic until you read the math. In a tower where budgets strangled armies, a clerk became a Calidus, who was a clerk again, who was a corpse, in the space of a sentence. The ledger on his desk caked in someone else's blood, balanced at last. Not all targets died neatly. One High Lord vanished behind a wall of bodyguards and saints' bones. An Eversor offered his body as a grammar lesson on inevitability. Another made it into a sanctum where only prayer and cowardice are supposed to live. A Calexis followed, and prayer curdled in its throat. A third had staged his own assassination to frame rivals. He died of the real thing, surprised that the universe had refused to be clever. All across Terra, clean lines of succession snapped. Voxnets convulsed. The Senate's marble remembered what blood looked like when it tried to climb stairs.
The Custodes did not intervene. Their charge is a chair, a corpse that lives, and the spaces where both are safe. Outside those radii, politics is not their enemy and not their prey. They watched with the same attention they give to storms, a thing to be measured, a thing to be endured, a thing not to be confused with duty. When the smoke cleared, they were where they had always been, and that constancy was both comfort and indictment. Vulkan's reaction was not recorded in speeches. It is recorded in the absence of a stop order. The Primarch had come to do work. If the knives had cleared a table the war needed, he would eat the cost later. He instructed that no strike be carried into the sancta of the throne, or the phalanx, or the cells where the silent sisterhood kept their terrible quiet. He told Van Gorich one sentence that was both leash and license. "Do not make me fix you before I fix this." Van Gorich, who adored clarity, smiled like a man selecting the finer tool. In the hours that followed, Terra discovered how much it had been leaning on inertia. The Senatorum Imperialis did not die. It was decapitated. Van Gorich presented a slate of interim caretakers drawn from the surviving tiers of bureaucracy, men and women too dull for ambition and therefore perfect for continuity. The ecclesiarchy howled, then counted its cathedrals and found them unburned. The Navy asked a simple question: "Are my orders clearer?" and found the answer offensively affirmative. Mars demanded to know which exceptions were now permanent. Vulkan answered, none, and Van Gorich wrote sunset clauses long enough to win a war and short enough to prevent a habit. The Officio Assassinorum paid for its morning with an afternoon of penance. Temples that had acted in concert now watched each other with the cool suspicion of professionals who know how much damage professionals can do. The call came, as it was always going to. Some refused to accept Van Gorich's consolidation of power. A handful of masters preferred a looser leash. Shots were exchanged in corridors where shots should never be heard. A miniature war bloomed in the shadows, brief and ugly. It ended when Van Gorich put a bullet through a door, and the man behind it bled enough that even assassins felt something like embarrassment. The Officio's unity became a scar rather than a story. Scars hold if you do not pick at them. Outside the palaces, the world adjusted. Administratum clerks discovered that requisitions stamped last wall priority moved in hours rather than weeks. Forge worlds received writs authorizing the unsanctified repair of sanctified weapons and wept to discover that they did not burst into flames. Ordo Xenos saw its draft charter stamped in ink that dried fast. Watch stations received shipments that had been under review until suddenly they weren't. Convoys left on time, enough that pirates complained of boredom.
The green weather over war zones did not thin because of politics, but men under that weather felt a hand lift from their throats. There were condemnations. There are always condemnations when knives write policy faster than quills. Some chapters sent letters that read like swords sheathed with effort. We fight for mankind, not for assassins in red carpet halls. Vulkan sent replies that combined apology with command. Fight now, the accounting waits. He ordered that no Astartes be used to police the palace. He would not repeat the sin the heresy had taught so slowly. Van Gorich did not ask for Astartes. He had his own tools, and their edges were already wet. The act acquired its name from soldiers who had no patience for euphemism. Beheading, they called it, in barracks and on bridges. In the same tone they used for scuttling and triage. It was not good. It was not holy. It was a thing that had been done, so the next thing could be done. The ecclesiarchy learned to preach it as scourging, a painful cleansing that permits the healing of a wound. The administratum learned to file it under emergency measures, and then to stop saying the file name out loud. The Inquisition learned, again, that necessity does not need their seal to exist.
The Van Gorich refused the title that would have fit his reach. He did not name himself Lord Protector or Regent. He called himself what he already was, Master of Assassins. In that single restraint lay both cunning and survival. He framed the day as housekeeping. He appointed not rulers, but caretakers. He announced not a new era, but a pause. The pause would last as long as the war did, or as long as he did. Men who thought in graphs accepted the trade. The cost ledger still wrote in red. One of the excised had been less an obstruction than a break, and breaks sometimes save lives. In one subsector, an ambitious deputy oversaw a tithe surge that broke 2 agri-worlds for lack of seed. In another, a caretaker misread a convoy schedule and stacked 2 fleets in the same corridor long enough for an attack moon to make art of them. Knives cannot sculpt wisdom. They can only cut away stupidity. Wisdom must be built, slowly, under fire. Vulkan spent a week doing nothing but correcting the kind of errors no poem admits and no statue stands for. In halls where marble had been scrubbed until the smell of iron faded, Van Gorich met Vulkan in a room that was mostly table. They spoke without witnesses. One had lived 10,000 years in a furnace and will live again. One had made a vocation of ending tomorrow for men who refused to see today. They agreed on a sentence that would drive the rest of the war. Terra must be quiet enough that the void can be loud. Then they returned to their separate crafts. One to weld a shattered empire into a spear, the other to keep the bench clear. Word of the beheading spread outward, warped by distance and by the needs of those who repeated it. Some worlds cheered. Their governors had died and their ships had arrived. Some worlds shuddered. They had learned a fresh reason to fear Terra. Enemy intercepts laughed. Humans killing humans is the best joke greenskins know.
then stopped laughing when the convoy tempo changed. The beast understood a simple thing. The hand at the center had stopped shaking. It made its own decision in the only grammar it knows: more weight, sooner, on the places that still looked brittle. The shadow that fell over policy that day lengthened into the future. The precedent would not be forgotten. Even those who benefited from it marked their calendars with dread for the reckoning that follows every necessary sin. The officio would not always belong to a man who loved the same outcomes as a primarch. The senatorium would not always be grateful to have been saved from itself. The chapters would not always be busy. But not today. Today, the knives had done what the guns could not. The chamber where timidity had sat grew quiet. The voice that replaced it did not love the sound of itself. Vulkan's orders left Terra at a pace the Astronomicon had not seen since the Age of Crusade. The last wall received at last the one resource that cannot be tithed. In watch chapels and wardrooms, men lit candles that guttered in the shipboard air, and did not ask whether the flame honored saints or sinners. They asked only whether it burned long enough to see them through the next hour. On Ullanor's map, a circle of red wax marked the place where the anchor had died. On Terra's map, another circle marked the place where a dozen careers had. Between the two circles ran a line straight enough to be called a plan. There would be a price. Every decisive stroke owes one. Corland had taught the wall how to pay in blood and buy time. The beheading paid in stain and bought silence. Into that silence rolled orders for the next phase. Anchor arrays to be cratered, spires to be pulled, moons to be starved, a capital of malice to be unmade in public, so that memory could not lie about what had happened. The beast had taught mankind to be large again, or die small. Terra had chosen large and, just for a day, had remembered that walls are built not only of stone and vows, but also of the ugly decisions that let an army walk through a door.
Chapter 11. Breaking the Beast. You do not conquer a storm. You end its weather. After Ullanor's halo cracked and Terra's knives went quiet, Vulkan turned the war from survival to conclusion. His order to every desk and deck was the same sentence in different uniforms. We are not here to win a battle. We are here to end a rhythm. The last wall, the Navy, Mars, Ordo Xenos, the Officio, each received clocks and targets tuned to the same chord. The beast would not be decapitated. It would be unwound. The plan looked like siegecraft wearing void armor. 4 nails, the staff called it. Starve the halo. Bleed attack moon clusters until their cycles slipped. Kill the choir. Destroy harmonics constellations system-wide, not singly. Break the anchors. Crater Ullanor's remaining gravity pylons in sequence that denied recovery. Unmask the mask. Find the chamber where belief was amplified into doctrine and pull it to pieces while the enemy watched. The hunts that had taught patience now taught tempo. Convoys moved on the hour.
kill gardens woke on the 2nd. Watch stations fed the map with a new literacy. The moons resupply ellipses. The spires retune windows. The escorts comfort distances. Martian magi tuned lance batteries to offbeat pulses that machine spirits called impious and then learned to love, because results are a kind of psalm. Sisters of Silence became wedges hammered into WH weather at precisely the angle a boarding beacon needed. The lexicon kept order over channels that would otherwise have drowned. Yellow light thickening, black cross planted, stone gate opening, wall signal green. Operation Crucible Net closed first. 3 attack moon clusters, drawn inward by leaked refit schedules, fell into a volume seeded with minds that thought like accountants. Escorts surged. Kill gardens bloomed. Phalanx marked time with lance volleys that shaved shields, just as Deathwatch teams turned harmonic spires into wrong notes. 2 moons died quickly. 1 limped for translation and left a smear of debris no navigator will forgive. The beast's halo around Ullanor dimmed by numbers, then by mood. Operation Corefall began as a whisper and ended like masonry. Ordo Xenos mapped the spire network across the system, not towers, but cords. Deathwatch teams, Astartes breachers, assassins in uglier disguises, cleared 37 nodes in a window so small the universe barely noticed, until it did. When the last black cross charge sang its sabotage, WH pressure dipped. Auspex told the truth for an indecent number of seconds. Gunnery crews who had been firing faith into fog suddenly fired math into targets. An Ork fleet, surprised at reality, hesitated in a way that got it killed. On the ground, the last wall advanced by the hour, not by the anthem. Guard line armies set teeth into districts which had been factories that had been temples. Titan legios took measured steps that looked slow until you overlaid them on maps of what mattered. Gargants came like parades that had trained. They died like parades that had met work. Demolitions manuals written yesterday were obsolete by noon and updated by dusk. Apothecaries of half a dozen successor chapters shared organ protocols without asking which chapel crafted the candle smoke. The wall did what walls do when they remember why they were built: absorb, return, repeat.
The Ullannor's remaining anchors were pounded, not performed. The sequence mattered more than the spectacle. Vulkan forced restraint where pride wanted fireworks. One pylon at a time, in an order that made orbital mechanics cry, the chain that held the moons to their theater cracked. When the last anchor coughed and slumped, gravity lost its chorus master. Moons drifted wrong. Escorts drifted into each other. The sky forgot how to be green quickly. The mask cradle lay where the map insisted it would, a district that was neither palace nor factory, but the stupidly obvious marriage of both. A stage whose floor was command dais and whose rafters were amplifiers for a species that believes its own shouting. Glyphs the size of hab blocks turned in winds that were more mood than air. There, the apex wore the title that history insists on singular, even when it keeps moving: the beast. It had been killed before. The title survived its wearers like a crown inherits heads. This one was larger, in the way avalanches are not larger, but simply further downhill. It had understood what Ullanor meant to orcs and to humans. It had built a regime around the lesson. It met Vulkan the way mountains meet storms. With indifference it had earned, and violence it thought it deserved. The duel that followed will be a lie wherever it is told, because victories like this cannot survive accuracy. The truth is ugly and precise. Vulkan did not stride into legend. He threaded a plan. The mask cradle's harmonics were timed to the beast's heartbeat. Deathwatch teams cut the subspires that caught that rhythm. Sisters held bubbles of quiet at the edges of a room that hated the idea of quiet. Vindicares opened windows in mechs at the exact second a lever needed to remain unpulled. A Colexus walked behind a screen of ceramite and made belief hiccup. Vulkan took the space others bought and paid back with the only coin Primarchs mint, certainty. He moved like a maker repairing a tool while it was still cutting wood. Hammer, guard, footwork. His body remembered a war older than the audience and did not ask for applause. The beast hit like an argument shouted by a million throats. Vulkan answered like a craftsman who refuses to raise his voice. When the timing the watch had stolen finally aligned, he struck where the rhythm was weakest. Armor that had been cathedral sure buckled. The laugh collapsed into an exhale. What died under his hammer was not just a skull. It was the rehearsal the title had relied on. The crown fell. The choir missed its cue. The field changed in a way even mortals could taste. Wagai pressure sagged from scream to rant to sulk. Orc guns stuttered a beat late. Teleporter strikes arrived sideways. Mobs looked at one another with the ancient disappointment of bullies who have misplaced their bigger bully. Some fought harder, as orcs do when the story is too good to end. But the cohesion that had made the regime feel like law was gone. What remained was a storm, and storms you can outlast if your walls still stand. The last wall did not break formation for trophies. It followed the script Corland had written in blood, and Vulkan had finished in iron. Spires fell, anchors failed, moons died. Districts were denied to industry and offered back to physics. The Navy kept its distance and its schedule. Mars risked sacred capacitors and was repaid with charts that made sense again. The Officio burned its last liberties on the last levers. An Eversor that turned a rally into a rout. A Calidus that mislabeled a retreat corridor so an army marched into quarantine instead of a counterattack. A Colexus whose emptiness nicked a ritual the beast's survivors were trying to restart. Ullanor did not quiet. It stopped mattering. The stage became just ground with bad memories. Orders went out that did not feel like victory, because victory is not a feeling, it is a ledger. Evac lanes for liberated laborers were cleared or cratered according to whether the lanes could be held. Stockpiles were burned if they fed the enemy more than they fed tomorrow.
Fortifications were demolished because symbols are a disease in places like this. The world would not host another parade. That was the point.
Across the broader theater, the effect propagated with the sluggish cruelty of truth. Without an apex to tune to, regional bosses mistimed raids and mistook decoys for doctrine. Local WOG pressure fell below thresholds where lies could fly aircraft or argue engines into working when bolts wanted to shear. Some Ork empires fled into ordinary piracy. Those will be tomorrow's problem forever. Many tried to hold the shape they had been taught and discovered the terrible labor of being an empire without a conductor. They failed at the paperwork of war. The cost ledger landed with the flat sound of a book closing. Astarte's banners were rolled and would not be unrolled again until their masters had successors worth the cloth. Navy ships would never be replaced, because no ship ever is. You can only build a new one and teach it to become the old one by hours and habit. Watch stations that had learned to pronounce vigil with pride now spoke it with a different tense. Guard armies counted the living by tents and the dead by fields. Mars wrote a list of reliquaries emptied and called it penance, then wrote a longer list of machines that still functioned and called it miracle. Vulkan kept his promise. The last wall had been built for one purpose. It had served it. Dismantling orders signed long before activated. Not all at once, not theatrically. Units rotated back to their chapters in waves that felt like grief and relief in the same breath. Shared manuals remained. Shared words remained. Men did not forget how to fight together just because a seal said the hour was over. But the machine that had made a legion out of memory and necessity put itself away. That is why it had been allowed to exist. Ordo Xenos received its seal in full, rather than in practice alone. The Deathwatch's charter shed the word ad hoc and gained the word standing. The Officio returned to its ledger with fewer masters and a scar that would itch whenever pride suggested art. The Senatorum Imperialis filled chairs with caretakers who had survived the beheading by virtue of being more useful than fragile. The ecclesiasticary found homilies for good ugliness and tried not to overuse them. Mars requested new treaties written in the grammar of the last year's necessities. Terra signed, then attached dates after which exceptions would crumble. Van Gorick did not reach for a crown. He filed the knives. He wrote memos that resembled apologies without using the word. He added one more entry to his private book. The day a Primarch did not stop him is not the day that lasts.
He planned for a future in which knives would be discussed at length by men who had never needed one. Futures are chapters that write themselves whether you want them to or not. Vulkan left the day-to-day like a man setting a hammer back on its peg. He was still Lord for as long as the work remained heavy, but he did not live in rooms. He lived on maps. His presence did not make people braver. It made plans simpler. When, later, he went where the kind of men he is always go, he left behind a machine that could run without him, if it had to. That is what fathers do when they are busy being myths. When the orders reached Phalanx, the Oath Hall smelled of oil and ash, and the kind of smoke chaplains approve of because it means men are alive. Banners lowered, names were carved. The litany of common fire was spoken softly and folded away. The wall had done its work. The wall remained, but as stones separate again, stacked where they belong, ready to remember their shape if the wind ever screams this way once more. What ended at Ullanor was not Orks. Nothing ends Orks. What ended was a climate, the conviction that a grin could be law. The Imperium had learned to answer an empire with an answer larger than a speech. It had learned to break a pattern without breaking itself. It had learned, briefly and under obscene pressure, to be one thing. There would be aftershocks. There always are. But for the first time since the sky over Terra had turned the wrong color, tomorrow belonged to scheduling rather than panic. That is as much victory as this age allows.
The Chapter 12. M32 Aftershocks. From Ullanor to Armageddon. Victories do not end. They echo. The war of the beast ended as storms end, by running out of sky. And then the work of weatherproofing began. The first aftershock was administrative, which is to say, it was bloody in a slower register. The Senatorium Imperialis regrew its heads, this time with scar tissue. Caretakers promoted during the beheading became high lords with mandates written in the grammar of the last year. Exceptions expire. Results are audited. War-fighting organs retain lanes through bureaucracy, even when the sky is blue. No one loved the new rules. Everyone remembered why they existed. The last wall dismantled itself by design, not by exhaustion. Chapters reclaimed their banners and their stubbornness. The shared lexicon survived. Captains still said yellow light when WAG pressure thickened a battlefield. Black Cross when a kill node was planted. Stonegate when shields must overlap and patience must walk.
Manuals annotated in common hands remained in armories that did not talk to each other, and yet remembered the same lessons. We can become one thing quickly, stopped being poetry, and remained a drill, reviewed once a decade, whether anyone liked it or not. Ordo Xenos shed the draft from its seal. Its remit hardened. Classify, counter, contain. The Deathwatch kept its black and silver, and its unfashionable habit of ignoring heraldry when function called. Watch stations matured into a net of hard little chapels to ugly truths at crossroads the administratum never admits until it must. Chapters groused and kept lending veterans. Veterans returned altered in useful ways, bringing home tricks that turned future Xenos wars into shorter stories. The long vigil became not a scandal, but a rite. Mars counted its miracles and its blasphemies with the same beads. Treaty addenda, born in fire, checked in ink, codified which reliquaries could be unsealed under what sky, and how to close them again without becoming a habit that ate holiness. Magi Xenologus, once curiosities, received proper vaults and proper locks. The lances that had learned offbeat pulses were sanctified in retrospect, as all successful heresies are. The Officio Assassinorum went quiet, in a way that was not peace, but recoil. Van Gorich's knives had cleared the table. Their handles stayed warm. He refused a crown and took a shadow instead. A man who called himself custodian of continuity, while continuity nervously counted its fingers after every handshake. His ledger of debts made the air in palaces colder. Terra functioned better and liked itself less. That is a common trade. Ullanor ceased to be a stage and became a problem. The mask cradle was unmade. The anchors were slag. The spires were rubble. Yet the planet's location on 1,000 maps of myth could not be erased by demolition charges. The Mechanicus petitioned for stewardship with a catechism of utility. The world was scarred, but salvageable. Its scars could be made to produce. Terra agreed, not for romance, but for reason. Foundries rose where gargants had fallen. Hive districts climbed where parade avenues once ran. The old name retreated into censored cartography and sainted archives. A new designation took root in the ledgers and the mouths of convoy masters: Armageddon. Names do not change gravity, but they teach memory where to walk. In centuries to come, Armageddon would feed the segmentum, arm crusades, and choke entire wars on the volume of its output. It would also inherit Ullanor's curse. Orks keep their promises. Greenskin empires remember banquet halls as well as humans remember thrones. The world reforged from the beast's stage would one day hear drums again, led by prophets with jaws of iron and banners that laughed at maps. But that is another age's book. In M32, the point was simpler. Take the symbol away from the enemy and make it pay rent to the living. The Navy learned new muscle memory. Convoy doctrine kept the leash tricks that starved attack moons, now applied to less operatic threats. The habit of building kill gardens in ordinary space, volumes pre-sighted, mined, cross-lanced, stayed on the shelf beside the macro shells. Line officers began to treat schedule as a weapon system. Admirals began to treat humility as gunnery. Both improvements lasted until peacetime made arrogance cheap again, which is to say, not forever, but long enough to matter.
Among Astartes, the ripple ran strangely. Crusading orders found their zeal honed by arithmetic. Measured chapters found their arithmetic warmed by zeal. For a long generation, successors of Dawn kept an informality in their dealings with each other that worried purists and reassured pragmatists. A Black Templar marshal might mutter the litany of common fire beside a Crimson Fist reclusiarch and not spit afterward. An excoriator with a Deathwatch tattoo taught breach angles to a Fist exemplar, and both called it kinship without blushing. The old legion was not reborn. It had simply remembered a gesture and practiced it now and then. On Terra, justice limped behind necessity, as it always does. Corlin's name became a vow carved in stone, high enough that men had to look up to read it. Vulkan remained, and then did what beings like him always do. He went where work becomes legend, and left behind a machine that could keep time without him. As for Vangerich, the ledger did not stay balanced. In years that followed, the knives that had spared the war found fewer reasons to spare each other. The reckoning came, as reckonings do, not as a sermon, but as a room with one door and an honest shot. The officio survived. Its master did not. The stain remained on the marble, because stains teach better than plaques. The Inquisition's internal argument never ended. It learned to change key. Ordo Xenos proved that specialized organs answer patterns. Hereticus and Malleus proved again and again that rot and demons do not become shy just because new monsters are fashionable. Cross-ordo compacts, drafted in the war, stayed within reach to be invoked whenever the galaxy's cruelty refused to pick a single vector. Doctrine ossified, softened, and ossified again in a rhythm as old as the Imperium. Every few decades, a High Lord would declare that the emergency paths opened during the Beasts' War were morally hazardous and must be bricked up. Every few decades, reality would kick in the bricks. The best that could be managed was paperwork honest enough to admit which doors must remain marked, even if locked, and which keys must be held by people who do not enjoy keys. Memory arranged itself badly, as memory does. Parades grew where none had been held. Tales sanded down the ugly means and polished the big names until they reflected only light. Veterans of watch stations grew old explaining that the Deathwatch wasn't glory, it was timing. Some listeners believed them, most preferred heroics.
A shrine on Phalanx's oath deck kept a different tradition, a small board of names, updated in a hand that never changed size, regardless of the number of dead beneath it. Armageddon prospered. Armageddon forgot. Armageddon remembered. Suddenly, in an age of bolter metal and bad prophets, that orcs keep their promises longer than men keep their paperwork. When the green tide came, it came for the stage as much as for the factories. The Deathwatch's black silhouettes were there, moving like punctuation inside paragraphs written by God blood and Navy fire. The old lexicon, yellow light, black cross, stone gate, crackled on voxnets that had never heard those words before and recognized them immediately. Across the segmentum, chapters that had not been part of the last wall still moved with a flicker of its muscle memory. That is what legacies are, drills that switch on when the air tastes wrong. And still, the truest aftershock was modest, a change in how certain men drew maps. The War of the Beast taught that empires fail when they trust diagrams that comfort them. It taught that a wall must sometimes remember it is a single thing, or accept becoming rubble with good paperwork. It taught that unity is a tool, not a habit, that knives can buy silence but not wisdom, that symbols must be starved as well as smashed, that victory is a schedule completed under hostile weather. In the end, the Imperium did not become wise. It became a little wiser where it counted, at the edges, in the void, in the hands of professionals who would never make parades and who liked it that way. That is as much as any age is allowed. From Ullanor's ash to Armageddon's chimneys, the echo traveled. When the sky turned the wrong color again, the wall rose faster. The Epilogue. The Wall Remembered. In the years after green light stopped pretending to be law, the galaxy did what it always does. It filled silence with work. On Phalanx, a servitor scribe inked names onto a board that never learned to grow larger, only denser. Once a month, a chaplain of no single chapter led the litany of common fire in a voice that had learned to be quiet without being small. The banners of Dorn's sons hung along the vault, stitching shadows into order. No triumphs were held there, only inspections and repairs, oaths renewed without theater. A fortress remembers by remaining. On Terra, a clerk measured victory in minutes. He had been a boy during the Green Noon and a man during the beheading. Now he ran convoys like arteries through a body that had learned to wheeze on schedule. He wrote memos that read like prayers to traffic. Depart on the hour, not the mood. Arrive on the minute, not the rumor. When he signed Last Wall Exception, the stamp left less ink than it used to. That was the point. Exceptions were becoming drills.
On Mars, a Magos xenologist sealed a crate with a prayer that was half apology and half instruction. Inside were schematics of a lance tuned to an offbeat rhythm, sanctified after the fact, the way all useful heresies are. He logged the reliquary's key under 2 names and 1 date. Open only when the sky changes color. Across the forges, red hands labored with the relief of rules written to remember reality rather than to flatter it. In the watch station network, black armor gleamed under subdued lumen strips. A new watch captain, a veteran who had lost brothers to doors that lied, gave a briefing without romance. We cut nodes. We time exits. We return. His kill team wore different heraldry and the same left arm. The charter on the bulkhead bore 3 seals now: Inquisition, Mechanicus, Astartes, and a 4th that was just a sentence: Long Vigil. When the Vox crackled yellow light, they moved as if standing still were a kind of sin. On a world once called Ullanor, a foreman wiped grit from her face and shouted over the factory's hymn. She did not know the name that had been buried under the map. She knew quotas and storms and the way the sky sometimes remembered how to bruise. The city around her stacked itself into usefulness: rail, hab, promethium, grain, guns. Pilgrims arrived and learned quickly that devotion without shift work is unpersuasive. Children learned to count to 10, then to count the seconds between the distant thunder of test fires. Some nights the thunder answered itself from too far away to be honest weather. The foreman slept regardless. Tomorrow's schedule was pinned to her door. Armageddon was paying rent. In the void, an asteroid belt glittered with the bones of an argument once called invincible. A rogue trader plotted a lane through it with the tight-fisted joy of a man who sells maps and buys luck. He had never seen an attack moon alive. He had seen what their debris did to insurance premiums. He sold that story with a smile that said, "Empires die like everything else when the invoice comes due." Among the chapters, muscle memory lingered where pride allowed. A Black Templar chained his zeal to a timetable and found it bit less. A Crimson Fist taught breach angles to a cousin who wore different yellow. An excoriator signed Deathwatch papers as if he were confessing, and returned with a calm that looked like arrogance until the first corridor needed cutting. A Fist exemplar updated a manual and deleted a flourish from the introduction. They kept their names. They kept one another's numbers. Draken Vangarich's memory walked the palaces like a draft that wouldn't be chased from a room. The officio's doors still opened inward. Its knives stayed oiled. Its ledgers acquired a column called restraint, and sometimes numbers appear there. It is not a happy detail. It is merely true. In an archive drawer, a file held the story of a morning when Terra remembered that marble is a mineral, not a morality. The file was heavy, and no one liked lifting it. That, too, was the point.
V for Vulkan.
He became exactly what work makes of men who do not argue with it. A rumor that keeps breathing. Some said he walked the repair decks of ships that had learned to be older than their metal. Some said he vanished into a furnace and left behind tools that only fit hands that meant the same promises. A Primarch is an answer no bureaucracy can file properly. The Imperium did not try. It ran on the certainty that if the sky asked the wrong question again, someone would fetch the right hammer. In smaller places, the war became stories men told to make sleep possible. A guardsman on a cold outpost north of nowhere boiled tea and told a recruit, "When the air tastes like a battery, say yellow light and wait for the techs." A navigator whispered to her apprentice, "If a moon ever laughs at you, aim your fear at the harmonics and go for the taproot." A sister of silence learned to bleed with less ceremony and more intent. Her presence made the air honest, where orders had to be obeyed in exactly the right sequence. A Navy petty officer etched a black cross on the inside of a tool locker, not as art, but as a reminder. Plant charges on the teeth, not the smile. And in a chapel few visited on the phalanx's quiet decks, a simple plaque wore 4 lines that did not pretend to be poetry. Walls are a verb. Schedules are weapons. Symbols are machinery. We become one thing quickly or not at all. Pilgrims who found the plaque looked disappointed. Professionals looked relieved. The plaque did not explain heroism. It explained work. Because in the end, the war had not taught the Imperium to be better than it was. It had taught it to be what it claimed. An engine that survives by remembering what each cog is for. The last wall did not stay built. It stayed buildable. The Deathwatch did not win peace. It made the next war shorter wherever men remembered to call them before writing the eulogy. Ordo Exynos did not make aliens less eager. It made humanity less surprised. There were parades, inevitably. They were smaller than the cost had been, and larger than the men who marched would have preferred. Chaplains blessed guns as if forgiving them for being honest. Administratum auditors followed behind with clipboards like sacramental books. Children waved at banners and learned the names that history allows to be carved in stone. Later, those children would grow into officers who discovered that the names were not the lesson. The lesson was the length of the distance between decisions and results, and how ruthlessly it must be shortened when the sky changes color. Somewhere far from Terra, a green crescent flickered at the fringe of Auspex, and then went out. Maybe it had been there. Maybe it had been a machine remembering fear. On a watch station, a cogitator entered the blip in a ledger and flagged it for review. A watch captain looked at the flag, at the men he could send, at the hour, at the distance,
at the promise he had made to return more of them than he expected. He said, "Not today," and added a line to the schedule for tomorrow that made "not today" mean something other than delay. That is what victory looks like when it retires. The first green moon had tried to turn the sun into decoration. It left behind a different decor: manuals with fingerprints, vows with clocks, corridors that know which way men should advance in the dark. If another age names its disaster, and ages always do, the words will be different. The enemies will pretend to be new, and the wall will still be a verb. It will rise not because it is beautiful, but because someone remembered where the bricks go and in what order. Work went on. That was the mercy.